For those of you who have been to one of these before, let me just do a little throat clearing before we get started. First of all, I've made a bunch of updates to the way that I'm doing my sound system, so please do let me know if it sounds funny. I tested it a bit before I got on live, but I don't know how it's sounding by the time it actually makes it through to your end. So please let me know how it sounds and if it sounds okay. If it's sounding good, then we'll proceed. Otherwise, I'll do a little bit of work before we get going. I'm seeing some people say that it sounds okay. That's good enough for me. Let me pull up the chat on my phone so it's easier for me to read. So while we're getting started, again, Dr. Jared Jones, thank you for attending. My research specialties: ancient systems of meditation, the cognitive science of meditation, Buddhist philosophy, and the philosophy of science. I've been a Buddhist for about 20 years. And in addition to training in Buddhism, I've also spent the last 6 years or so training in Dragon Gate Taoism. And thank you so much, Ty. Thank you for that super chat coming through. So for those of you who are new, I do teach everything that I teach for free. So you're welcome to attend, and you're welcome to, learn whatever you can for free in terms of the information that I teach, the courses that I lead, the private phone calls that I make to help people with their practice, etc. All of this is done for free. That being said, to do this for free, I do actually have to have support from the community, because I do this between 80 and 100 hours a week. So in order to maintain that kind of schedule, which is basically 2 full-time jobs, the only way I'm able to do that is if there's enough support coming in from the community. So I have set a super chat goal for today. If you'd like to donate, like properly donate, there's also links down below where you can chip in, and that will help a great deal so that I can carry on doing this for free for the whole community. Really exciting announcement. I'll probably make a couple of times tonight. Some of you caught the podcast. I'm going to do a premiere of that podcast now that it's been edited. I'll launch the premiere, and at the same time, those of you who are here tonight, you're getting a little preview because the Lohan Palm website is now up and running. So Neil Ripsky is an incredible martial artist. He's been training in Chinese martial arts for about 40 years, Buddhist meditation, Taoist meditation, and holds a whole bunch of different lineages of Chinese internal martial arts. But in particular, he holds a very rare lineage of Southern Shaolin Lohan Palm, 18 Arhat Palm, which is a complete system of body transformation and training for your energy system to make your body perfect for training and meditation. So having trained in systems like this myself, I know that they're incredibly, incredibly valuable to your practice. They make a big difference. And I've also trained in some of the Hindu yogas. I've trained in Ashtanga yoga, for example, pretty hardcore, 5 days a week for whatever, an hour at a time for about a year. And this is the very best that it gets. Hello, Mountain License. Welcome. I've never found any systems that are quite as good as the Chinese ones that are associated with Shaolin. They're just unbelievably rich, and they give you so much benefit, so much utility, all in one package. Training the mind, training the energy system, making the body healthy for long-term practice, making the body comfortable for practice, enhancing and deepening your meditative capabilities while you're off the cushion. They're just tremendous. So I don't teach them. I'm going to get to the questions, so do hang in there. But since I don't teach the body element very much, and I don't teach the energy element very much of the meditation stuff that I teach, I'm really happy to be working with Neil Ripsky, who's unbelievable. The link is pinned. If you're interested, even if you're not sure if you're going to sign up, at least go to the website, fill out the form. It'll take a couple of minutes. and just sort of express your interest and what you think it would be worth, because Neil is filming the content probably this week and getting the content started in terms of getting the course up and running. But the website is beautiful. I've put, I don't know how many hours into it, 120 hours or something. Took me forever to collect all the information about Neil because he doesn't like talking about himself. So I had to scour the entire internet to find out all of the incredible things that he's done. Because when I ask him, he's like, "Yeah, I've done some stuff." Very understated. Okay. All right, my friends. So just saying hellos to the people that are here. Swan Cloud, hello. Barack Obama, hello. Jay, welcome. Mountain License, welcome. The way that my open Q&As work, since I do rely on the community to fund everything that I'm doing, I do put super chats ahead of the line in terms of answering questions. I do have a bit of a fundraising goal today because I'm trying to get this whole setup finished in terms of having the right audio, the right video, the right lighting, etc., to make it the best experience for you who are watching. And I'm now very close. There's only a couple pieces that I have left. And if I can hit the super chat goal for tonight, then I think I will have gotten everything that I need to carry on doing this for at least the next 2 or 3 years before needing to upgrade again. So if it's within your means and within your heart, and you're getting value out of the stuff that we do here on this channel, please do consider contributing. You can go to one of the links below and drop a much larger contribution if you'd like. Hey Ashley, good to see you. Driving back from Venerable G's place. Nice. Yeah, and do check out Lohan Palm. Super excited about that project. He's eventually going to be doing seminars also. I mean, he's already led seminars all over the world, but he and I are talking right now about having group seminars where people could travel to meet him and train in the stuff in real life if you're part of the course. And then I would teach my meditation stuff along with his physical and energetic stuff and his meditative stuff from those systems. But my stuff would be acting as a support for getting you sort of deep enough into the meditation side of the practice quickly enough that you could really get some value out of it over the course of 10 days to 2 weeks, that kind of thing. So really, really excited. The goal for today, I'd like to try to raise, if I could, around 250 pounds. That's what I need to finish doing everything. And then for the end of the month, I think just to make everything break even and to be able to pay all the bills, I have to raise about 1,000 pounds or so before the end of the month. So whatever you are able to contribute between here and the end of the month would be very much appreciated, because you guys make this possible. All right. So starting from the top of the chat with Q&A, what is the scheduling for Q&A? So generally speaking, I don't have a schedule. I throw Q&As in there whenever I have time between the other stuff that I'm doing, whether that's making phone calls or doing the meditation class, or the other projects that I'm involved with to try to bring this to you guys. So usually I end up doing them at night, although in the weekends, sometimes I try to do it during the day. I try to get in there between 10 or 11 a.m. London time and 2 o'clock London time. Okay. Next question. Jay asks, what do you think about Buddhists serving in the military? I think that if you were in military service, there are branches and aspects of military service that aren't problematic. For example, if you were in the medical side, you're there to help people survive. That's virtuous. That's good. Of course, there are aspects of military service that are a bit more difficult. because you're harming other beings, or you're indirectly involved in harming other beings. If you're directly involved in harming other beings, I would ask to be transferred to a different line of service if you were in the service. That kind of goes without saying. And if you were involved in indirectly harming other beings, and there was some other task you could perform, like, for example, if you were in the Navy and there were, if you could, instead of repairing bombs, if you could repair the ship or keep the ship in working order, that would be better. Or I don't know, if you would did navigation instead of doing weapon systems, or like there's stuff you could do where you're just part of the day-to-day stuff that has to happen to make the protection of your country take place, but you're not involved in harming anyone. Those would be the best things, I would say. Do I think the Dalai Lama is a bodhisattva? Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, the Dalai Lama is a bodhisattva. I sound like a Buddhist podcaster. Well, I do actually have a podcast. I don't know if you know. So the podcast is the Two Truths podcast, and that's going to be now a regular thing. That'll be, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Barack, that's very, very generous of you. That's very generous of you. Thank you. So, yes, the podcast is the Two Truths podcast, and the Two Truths podcast is going to be a regular thing. So, I already have a few people lined up, and a few other people that I'm looking forward to maybe doing something with. For example, I'm talking to a Sikh gentleman right now. I'm talking to an Advaita Vedanta gentleman at the moment. One person from my Taoist community I'm talking with. I just reached out to through one of my extended networks. I now have become aware of a layperson in the Kagyu tradition who has completed not one but two 3-year retreats in the Kagyu tradition, and this is a layperson, not a monastic. And really excited to potentially have him on as well. And yeah, so the idea is to have people on to talk about training your mind, trying to have good character, and trying to train in meditation. And the end goal is a different question. Whether or not we all end up in the same place training in these different things we're doing is an open question. But certainly, if you're doing anything in terms of training in, let's call it, religion and meditation as a person living in the modern world, most of our struggles are going to be similar. There's going to be things that are unique, but most of our struggles as religious people and meditators are going to be very similar. And so I want to bring all these people together that are working on this stuff to talk about the spiritual struggle, and then to just also talk about interesting things we might not have thought of in terms of our practice. Like when I had Neil Ripsky on, that episode will go back up soon. Neil Ripsky mentioned one of the things that stands out to him is that a lot of modern meditators don't have the energetic component and don't have the body component of their practice, and that this has been very, very important in the history of Chinese Buddhism to incorporate all three, what they call the three treasures, so that you have practices for the body, practices for the energy system, and practices for the mind. And by balancing these three, by working on all three of them instead of just working on one of them or two of them, progress happens more quickly. You're able to practice for a longer period of time because as you get older, everything still works properly. And so it's a very good point that if you train so much that you can't walk and you can't sit properly anymore and your whole body's uncomfortable, that's not a sustainable way of training. So in any case, I'm excited that I'm going to be having more and more practitioners coming on the podcast from different traditions. So Barack asks, how are these body systems corroborated by biological understanding? One of the interesting things is that every time you start looking at the health benefits of these systems, it's It's trying to make it's like trying to make it's trying to make two different languages talk to each other. You have the systems of Buddhist Tantra and Taoist medical systems and Chinese traditional medical systems that have spent a long, long time looking at the human body and generations trying to figure out how to make life go on longer with the body being healthy and comfortable. And some of those things won't translate across to our modern biological understanding, and some of them will. What I can say for sure is that, for example, in the Chinese internal martial arts coming through Shaolin and the Taoist understanding of good health and so on and so forth, some of those things are finally making their way into Western literature, for example, in the form of there's a big movement right now in the health world to talk about the health of your fascia. Ah, someone's become a celestial Buddha. Jay. Ah, thank you so much, Jay. That means a great deal. Wow. Thank you. So, how much of these things do we understand fully from a Western standpoint? I would say we understand some of it. And probably these two systems of thinking about the body would benefit from talking to each other a lot more. But, it's a heavy lift because these two. Well, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Um, that'll make a big difference. So, in terms of the Chinese approach to health, there are a bunch of layers, like making your organs very healthy, making your fascia, all the connective tissue in the body very healthy, so that the long chains of the stretchier tissues and the bags in which the tissue is sitting, the fascial bags in which all of the tissue and the bones, by the way, are wrapped up, making that the white tissue that wraps up everything, making that very healthy so that it moves. Of course, you can use that for martial purposes, but it also makes the body comfortable for meditation and makes the mind more comfortable inside the body and so on and so forth. So, yeah, these things are making their way over to the Western discourse, but they haven't fully made their way over. And like I said, even between the Chinese systems that I've studied for this and the Hindu systems, as in the physical yogas coming out of the various Hindu schools, um, in my humble view, I've just from what I've seen, it seems like the Chinese systems have way more layers, way more detail, way more depth. That the Hindu systems will make you very flexible, very strong. Sort of you have that wiry kind of strength from training in yogas if you're not doing weightlifting or anything with it. And you can get that too from the Chinese arts, but also there are even subtler relationships and becoming aware of the internal organs, becoming aware of the bones, becoming aware of the bone marrow. And then once you've become aware of all these layers, being able to do things with them to help you in your practice, which sounds totally bizarre from a layman's perspective, but having some experience with these systems, I can tell you that these are very much real things and very much accessible and very much helpful if you train in them for a while. So, can't recommend the Lohan course highly enough. Do check out that link. Uh, that course is going to be launching in the next week or two, and Neil Ripsky is a wonderful guy. Very much worth listening to what he has to say on these issues. Mountain License asks, "What is the goal?" So as I mentioned, I have a goal for tonight, if we can, to try to get to around 250 pounds, which would allow me to finish sort of building the whole setup to be able to carry on doing this for the next 2 or 3 years. And then after all of the expenses from finishing setting this thing up for the last 2 months are paid, I think I'll need in the ballpark of 750 pounds or so just to break even, pay all the bills, and maybe have a little bit left over just to have a life. So, between here and the end of the month, I'm trying to raise about £1,000 if I can, and that would see me through for, or at least get me going. And sorry, that would cover what has gone out, and sort of a little bit, leave a little bit left over from the end of the month. Okay. So Peace for the Nations asks, have I ever read the book Clementine Homilies, Recognitions? It represents a different view on ancient Christianity, where they shared all things in common like Buddhists. I haven't read that. Um, in my opinion, from what I've seen, I'm going to do a video on this eventually, on Jesus and the Buddha, in terms of, there's this view that maybe the Buddha went to India. I'm sorry, maybe that Jesus went to India at some point, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to do a video on this at some point, so I don't want to say too much on it today, but it's worth at least considering, and then having considered it, to form, I think, a strong opinion on the matter, after you've considered it carefully, to be as vague as possible. So I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I'm saying there will be a video on it at some point, and yes, I'll share my view on it in full at that time. So in terms of that specific book, I haven't read it, but I am a big fan, actually, of mystical Christianity and Eastern Orthodox Christianity, which I think share much more in common with Asian religions as a general sort of flavor, you could say, than mainstream evangelical or evangelical Christianity. Although the mystical elements of Catholicism also seem to have something going on that's worth talking about from an Asian religion perspective. Okay, Dylan asks, do you think Buddhism and Hinduism are essentially pointing to the same truth, explaining in different ways? What do I think of Advaita Vedanta? Seems similar to Buddhism. So Advaita Vedanta is an interesting case. Can you guys still hear me if I sit back here? So Advaita Vedanta is an interesting case because Advaita Vedanta came along well after Buddhism was fully developed. So since it came along after Buddhism was fully developed, we have every reason in the world to think that Advaita Vedanta is relying on Buddhist stuff as part of its ways of thinking about itself, you could say. And so Advaita Vedanta, even according to a number of Hindu scholars, is basically Buddhism in disguise. It's like Buddhism for Hindus. Now, what do I think of that? I don't know. I think, as I've said in the past, that there are certain schools of Advaita that, if they are eventually arriving at the emptiness of inherent existence of consciousness, that is the Buddhist position. That's where the Buddhists are going with all of this, in terms of their understanding and training and so on and so forth. So if a school is going there, if a school is not just abiding in consciousness, if a school is not just abiding in consciousness, but is meditating on the nature of consciousness, then we've arrived at the Buddhist position. Yeah. So on the volume issue, I do apologize. I'm still working to get the audio quality correct, and somebody that knows much more about it than me is going to help me with it, hopefully in the next few days. So stay tuned. And for now, just turn the volume up. Right. So next question. Well, no, I guess there's a part two. So when we're talking about them being the same or being different, again, there's a video coming on this as well. I'm going to make a video. Probably it's going to be a bit because there's a bunch of research I want to do before I make it. But I said a while ago, and this caused a big thing. If you go through the comments section, people were a bit upset by this. I I, I said basically there was no such thing as Hinduism at the time of the Buddha, and people didn't like this, and some people thought that was a really controversial statement. But at least as far as I understand and have been informed by people that I've trained with as an academic, that's like a fairly standard, non controversial view in the Western Academy. And people who are trained in the Western Academy, no matter where they live, whether that's, let's say, in the East or in the West, to be quite broad, that this is the standard view. So, what do we mean by this? Well, we mean that prior to prior to the arising of Buddhism, what you find is, well, actually, let's go in reverse. So, what is Hinduism? Hinduism, if we're trying to define it, would be today is a very diverse set of ideas, practices, and texts. So you have a whole bunch of later commentarial literature, but let's go back to some of the earliest layers of this, right? So you have the Vedas. The earliest sources for the Vedas, including the Vedas themselves, I have been told, but I need to go verify all these things in the sources themselves before before I'll feel fully settled about it, say that there are 3 Vedas. But today we have 4 Vedas. So that's the first thing. Isn't it strange that the earliest layer of this material says there are only 3 fundamental texts, and yet we have 4 fundamental texts? That's the first thing. At the time of the Buddha, when you look through the Buddhist sources, the best we can see, I think, is that there's either, somewhere between 3 and 5 Upanishads that exist. And when you look at the earliest sources, thank you, General. When you look at the earliest sources, what you find is that the Upanishads is the next earliest layer. Today we have, depending on who you ask, somewhere between 100 and 200 Upanishads. And Upanishads means something like what I heard from the teacher, or being near the teacher, something like this. And it refers to sitting near a guru, basically, who's telling you about what the Vedas mean and telling you about the tradition, right? So the Upanishadic traditions were just getting started when the Buddha was doing his thing. There were somewhere between maybe 3 and 5 Upanishads that we can prove existed at the time of the Buddha. And other than this, we can't say that there were any Upanishads. And considering that we have between 100 and 200 Upanishads today, to say that, oh, this is just the same as it was at the time of the Buddha, again, doesn't make much sense. Today we have also the epics. In particular, we have the Bhagavad Gita, which helps explain the Upanishads and the Vedas. In my understanding of how it works, and again, I'm not an expert on Hinduism, so someone may correct me if I'm getting this wrong. But then the epics are helping to explain, again, the earlier layers, the Vedas and the Upanishads. And then you have the Puranas, which again are adding another layer on top of these earlier 3 layers. And then there's further layers after this. So along the way, somewhere around, I think, 200 BCE, which is 300 years after the time of the Buddha, you have the Brahmanical culture and the Vedic culture and the Upanishadic culture, that you have this layer of the tradition is starting to transition into what we would call modern Hinduism. And one of the big moves that they made that they hadn't done in the past is they started incorporating local deities, local gods into the pantheon. And my understanding is prior to around 200, they hadn't incorporated local deities from local traditions into the pantheon, and they were sticking with the deities and so forth that were in the Brahmanical and Vedic literature. And again, I might be wrong about this. I'm still doing a huge amount of research and so on and so forth to make sure that what I understand of the situation agrees with what the Academy more or less agrees is the history that we can determine based on the sources we have. But here's another important thing to consider. Um, Prior to, I can't remember what it is, something like 700 or 800 Common Era, we don't have a lot of this material written down because it was all strictly oral tradition kept by the higher castes, the upper castes of the caste system. And since it was a strict oral tradition, all we can do is a couple of things. We can look at the archaeological record where inscriptions and so forth on certain buildings and whatever are there, but those are very limited relative to having four Vedas, 200 Upanishads, however many epics, and however many Puranas, and however many later texts. To try to go back and show, oh no, all of these are in the historical record before the Buddha is basically impossible. You couldn't do it on an archaeological basis. Then you don't have the texts, right, written down because they were all oral tradition. Since they're oral tradition, they have an incredible, let's call it, technology internally and culturally for transmitting oral traditions accurately. However, one of the things about oral traditions is that if a teacher wants to add to the canon, it's relatively speaking, if you got together with the people who are maintaining that part of the canon, you could make a decision that you're going to add something or take something out, and then it just disappears, right? So there's no way to know what the canon was before any changes took place, if changes took place. Is this making sense? Okay. So then, what are the best and earliest sources we have textually written down to talk about what the earliest sources in Hinduism, in what we now call Hinduism, might have been? Well, in my understanding, what we have are actually the Jain sources, because they allowed this stuff to be written down earlier, and the Buddhist sources, which allowed stuff to be written down earlier. So when we look at the earliest layer of the archaeology and the earliest layer of textual stuff that we have, what can we say about what the status of Vedic and Brahmanical and Upanishadic culture, what was it like? Well, what we can say is that it probably there were, YouTube's not receiving enough video. Let me make sure this, I'm getting a disconnect error, but it looks like everything's coming through. Sorry, just checking. Is everything coming through on y'all's end? Hopefully it still is. Okay. So, broadly speaking, um, how do I put this? Broadly speaking, what it looks like from an archaeological perspective is that around 600, around the 600s, 550 or so, when the Buddha was alive and started his teaching career, what we had was maybe three Vedas, maybe there were four Vedas, it's hard to say, but we had three of the Vedas at least, and we had three or five in that range of the Upanishads, and that's it. We didn't have the epics. We didn't have we didn't have 195 of the Upanishads. We didn't have the Puranas. So the vast majority of the canon, just on the numbers, the vast majority of the canon wasn't there. In addition to that, when you read the Buddhist sources, what it sounds like is that certain groups of Brahmanical culture were keeping certain Upanishads that they didn't all agree. Basically, they didn't all agree that all of these were authoritative. That all of the Upanishads were authoritative. So in the Buddhist sources, what it sounds like is they'll say, well, there's this group over here who believe in this Upanishad, and there's this group over here who believe in that Upanishad, and there are things they don't agree on amongst each other. This is how it sounds. So it's not like there was one universal authority saying, yes, we all agree on this, and it's like this. The other thing is, in the earliest layers of the history, the beliefs that they had don't sound quite like the beliefs that we now retroactively give to them. So, for example, in the earliest layers, if we're talking about the Upanishads and the Vedas, in the earliest layers, what do we find? Basically, this word karma means action, right? That's what it means, to do things. You do stuff. And in the earliest layers of text, what we find is that it says more or less these kinds of statements. If you are a decent person in the world, if you have good, that your actions will show that you have good character. So this is a same world kind of teaching. You do good actions, others will see you as having good character. Another statement that you find is that based upon your actions, based upon your karma, which is just your actions, you have two choices. You'll either go to heaven, or the gods will reject you from heaven and you'll be reborn on earth. But once again, this doesn't quite sound like the karma that as we understand it today, right? This sounds like every other religion on earth basically at that time, that you do stuff that's good and bad and you go to the gods and the gods go, well, we're weighing up your good stuff and bad stuff and you didn't make it into the heavens, so we're sending you somewhere else. Again, not a particularly unique idea on the religious on the religious front at that period in history. And the number of statements that you find talking about karma and rebirth in the canon are actually very, 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 very limited. And they are of the flavor that we just discussed. So, in addition to that, the earliest layers, again, I need to double check all the sources and things for this until I'm fully convinced, but at least based upon the people that I've talked to that are already experts in this field and the preliminary research I've done in preparing to do something on this, the Brahmanical caste, the Upanishadic and Vedic groups that were existing at the time, not only did they not all agree with each other, but they didn't like all of the local deities and things that people were worshiping around the various areas where Brahmanical culture had taken root and become important. And it was only around the 2nd century, is my understanding, that they incorporated all of the local gods. And so think about it like this by way of analogy, and this analogy is very rough. So please, I hope I don't upset anyone, but this analogy is very, very rough, okay? Oh no, the AI. Once again, so smart that's getting retarded. Oh man, sorry, hold on. Right. So when we look at the archaeological record, what we find is a little bit like when I hear people say, well, there was Hinduism at the time of the Buddha, and the Buddha was responding to Hinduism. What that sounds like to me, if I were to make an analogy that people with more of a Western background would understand, it sounds to my ear a bit like someone saying, the Buddha was responding to Christian arguments. And you would go, what do you mean? And they would say, well, the fundamental texts for Christianity were there, weren't they? And you would say, what do you mean? We say, well, the Torah existed at the time of the Buddha. And you would say, well, yeah, that's true. But what was missing? The New Testament, all of the events of Jesus's life. What else was missing? All of the early church fathers' writings, the entire, like you're missing all the epics and all the history and all this stuff having to do with Jesus. So how could you say the Buddha was responding to Christian stuff if that didn't exist? Again, this is an analogy, right? By way of analogy, at the time of the Buddha, the Brahmanical caste hadn't incorporated the local gods. The epics like the Bhagavad Gita hadn't been written. Huge amounts of the commentary that they say simply explains what was already there in the Upanishads and the Vedas, but is actually adding to the canon, wasn't there. And all you had was maybe 3 of the Vedas, perhaps all 4 were there. It's hard to say. And you had somewhere between 3 and 5 Upanishads instead of the 200 or 100 that we have today. So it's a bit like saying, oh, yes, the Buddha is responding to Christianity at a time when it's impossible that he could have been responding to Christianity. Furthermore, when you really look for Buddhist beliefs, for example, about rebirth and karma in the Hindu canon of that time, so-called, the Vedic and Upanishadic canon at that time, you don't find them. you don't find anything like what the Buddha taught in those earlier sources. Furthermore, the most famous thing that the Buddha's teachings on Anatman are simply a response to Vedic and Upanishadic ideas also doesn't have a historical basis, in my view. That's not actually his view. The Buddha is rejecting self and no self. And his Upanishadic contemporaries, if they had the view that the Atman is just the Brahman, that the Atman is nothing other than the Brahman, then they're already saying that the self isn't real in the relevant sense, right? They're already saying that the self isn't real in a somewhat similar sense to the Buddhists. So, for goodness sake, like, if this is the type of thought that was there at the time of the Buddha, then it becomes really difficult to say the Buddha is in a straightforward way, just that his view is simply the reaction against that view that's already there. It's not. And I think if you think that, you're going to miss what the Buddha's talking about. Because the Buddha said that fleas have ignorance, cats have ignorance, dogs have ignorance, fish have ignorance, gods have ignorance, spirits have ignorance. If that's the case, if Brahma himself has ignorance, right, then this can't simply be something that comes from reading the Vedas and the Upanishads. So if you think that's what the Buddha is doing, is simply responding to ideas that his philosophical contemporaries had, you're going to miss the entire point. You understand? Furthermore, at the time of the Buddha, he was responding, if you want to say he's simply responding to his contemporaries with some of his ideas, which he is, what he's responding to is Shramana culture, which has hundreds of different philosophical ideas. And he's responding to different groups of Vedic and Upanishadic traditions that have dozens of different ideas. And he's responding to Jains who have even yet further different ideas. So the Buddha is responding to a wide range of ideas. And then on top of that, there are what are called the heretical teachers who were also becoming quite popular. And people say, well, yeah, but there were no materialists at his time. There were no agnostics, no skeptics. Yeah, there were. In the Buddhist canon, they talk about the agnostics, the skeptics, the materialists. And by the way, one of those materialist schools became the Charvaka school, which lasted for like 200 or 300 years in India. So not only was it popular, it was popular enough to give rise to a movement, an intellectual movement that would last 200 or 300 years in India. So don't tell me the Buddha didn't encounter and didn't reject materialism. He did. So the Buddha is responding to a huge range of philosophical and religious ideas that were on offer at his time, not simply responding to the Vedas or expanding on the Vedas or responding to the Upanishads or blah, 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 blah. And if you think that's what's going on in Buddhism, you have missed the entire point. This is extremely important, which I will eventually make a video on. Okay, my friends, real quick. Announcement. The podcast with Neil Ripsky, who is a Shaolin lineage holder from Canada, will be going live again in the next few days. But I've spent like 120 hours helping him build the website for, if you're interested in a Buddhist system, primarily a Buddhist system for training the body and training the energy system to go along with your meditation practice. I'm helping him build the website to host a course for those people who don't want to do, for example, Hindu-based yoga system, etc., etc. So if you click the link that I've pinned down below for the Lohan Palm course, that is a fully developed system that comes through Shaolin, which his teacher was trained in traditional Chinese medicine, and he himself is trained in, I don't know, like a dozen different systems for in Chinese internal martial arts and a number of other things, and is also trained in the Thai forest tradition with a very, very good teacher. So I'm helping him build that course out so that everyone who wants to have access to a Buddhist system, primarily a Buddhist system for training the body and training the energy system to be perfect for meditation, will have access to it. I'm super excited about it because I've trained in these systems and there's nothing like it. I've also trained in Hindu yogas, and Hindu yogas are good, but there's so many more layers on this side over here, on the Shaolin side, and in terms of all of these things that can be taught and learned and can benefit you in your practice physically and in terms of your energy system, etc. So I'm super excited that he's agreed to do this, and I can't recommend it highly enough. So do click that link for Lohan Palm and take a look at it. And if you're interested, sign up for the pre-sign up. It doesn't require any money or anything, but you can tell us what do you think would be a fair price. You can tell us where you're at in terms of your practice of stuff like this. And this will be very beneficial for Neil in sort of finishing up and deciding exactly what content to put at the beginning of the course, for example. If it's going to be all beginners, that'll be very different than if it's going to be people who are intermediate or already quite experienced, as an example. Okay. Having said that, let me now catch up because I've been droning on forever. And so let me see. Jay had a question, and he is a Celestial Buddha level member. What did Buddha say about the agnostics? He didn't say much, but he basically just said that agnosticism isn't a, I don't know how to say it quite right, but my interpretation of what he means about the agnostics is basically that agnosticism can't take you anywhere because you're just saying, I don't know about everything, right? Including a bunch of things the Buddha would say you can know something about if you just did the practice, right? Like you can actually know if rebirth is a real thing by training the mind and coming to see whether or not you can recall past lives, for example. Okay. Super chat came in. Okay. General asks about the golden rule. So the golden rule has I can't remember if it's a positive or a negative version I think it's the Dhammapada. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it says, do not do unto others what you would have them not do unto you, rather than the positive version. I don't have a strong opinion on it. You know, it's a truism. It's a very helpful teaching. Okay. Tai says Buddha really was before the rise of both Shivism and Vaishnavism. These two mainstream traditions, it's hard to say they were the same. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure. I'm going to be focusing on the sort of earliest layer and try to get as far back as I can to talk about what was there and what wasn't there, at least from an academic perspective. Again, in reality, we can't ever say what was there or not there, but if we do our best based upon, for example, what the Buddhists were responding to at the time and recorded in their own canon as being views that existed at the time, that will tell us a great deal about at least whether the Buddhists in that earliest layer of our texts thinks what the views of Hindus were at that time. And considering that, you know, everyone on the planet says, oh yeah, the Buddha was a great Hindu, and then he rejected Hinduism, and then in his rejection of Hinduism, he jettisoned all this stuff, and then he added a bunch of stuff on, and that's how he arrived at Buddhism. If that's what you think, let's look at what the Buddhist texts say about what was the views of those people were at the time. And what you'll find is it's like radically different than what you see Hindus saying today. You know, it's so different that you go, what is this even talking about? It doesn't sound like the same stuff. Okay. All right, friends. Where are we in the? Okay, 10 more minutes. BTSC asks, can we know anything about the historical Buddha? Seems like there are some scholars recently saying that we can't. You know, I think the challenge with trying to understand the historical Buddha is it depends on what what set of glasses you put on to try to understand what's going on there. Because from the point of view of different schools of thought, there you're going to approach the material describing who and what the Buddha was from a different point of view, right? So, for example, if you're a Theravada practitioner, coming from certain schools of Theravadan thought, especially ones that are influenced by Western stuff, you're going to be taking a very different point of view than if you were a Mahayana practitioner looking at the canon from, looking at the Chinese agamas, for example. The impression you're going to take away would be quite different in a number of regards. And same thing when you look at the Sanskrit canon, which then basically becomes the Tibetan canon. Those texts, of course, are coming through the high Indian Buddhist tradition of texts. So the pedigree of these texts is quite good, right? You can't just throw them out. You can't just say, "Oh, those are later because they're Tibetan or something." The Tibetans got them from the Sanskrit canon. The Sanskrit canon formed based upon a continuous line of transmission, as far as I can tell, from the 6th century Buddhist stuff, right? Straight 6th century BC Buddhist stuff that continued from that earliest layer all the way up to the 14th century when the Nalanda monastery was burned down and Buddhism basically went out of existence in India. So that whole continuous tradition, which became the Pali tradition and became the Sanskrit tradition, the Sanskrit part of it got exported to Tibet. So we still have it. It didn't go away. And the Tibetans were quite keen. Not a lot of people know this, but the Tibetan language was literally invented in the 7th century specifically to translate Sanskrit terms into Tibetan. So their entire written language is designed on purpose to make it perfect for translating concepts from Sanskrit into Tibetan. It's not just like a native sort of homegrown language in terms of its written stuff and its grammar rules and all this. They literally went to India in the 7th century, learned how Sanskrit works, and then imported it into Tibetan and described Tibetan grammar and thought structure and all of this stuff according to the rules of 7th century Sanskrit, because they wanted to be able to translate these texts from the earliest layers of the Buddhist canon as accurately as possible into Tibetan. So it's just a fantastic resource for people who are interested in trying to understand Indian Buddhism before it disappeared. So if you're trying to find the historical Buddha, yes, you do have your work cut out for you. And I don't know that anybody can say 100% here's what the Buddha was like. You have to sort of put on the type of glasses that you want to look at the canon from and then make a decision. All right. Looking at questions. So since we've hit about an hour, let me repeat for the people who are new. I do all this for free. I answer questions for free. I talk to people for hours on the phone about their practice for free. I teach classes for free, lead retreats for free. Everything I do is free. But to do this for 80 or 100 hours a week, which is generally what I put in, I do have to have support from the community. And all of the, I think besides the cost of a hamburger, all of the money that's come in, a couple of hamburgers and some fries and a shake for my wife and I, like one meal basically, has gone into upgrading the setup so that it looks like it does now. Microphone, computer, camera, lighting, blah, 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 so that this can be a nicer experience for everyone. So To finish setting this thing up, I need to raise about 250 pounds. So if you'd like to chip in so that I can finish the whole setup and have everything I need to do this for the next 2 or 3 years without needing to upgrade it again, chip into one of the links down below in particular. That'd be really helpful because more of that money goes straight to me. If you go through YouTube, 30% goes to YouTube. If you're using an iPhone, shockingly, they take another 30%. So if you sent me a donation, for example, through Super Chat on YouTube, but you used your iPhone to do it, 30% goes to Apple and 30% goes to YouTube. If you use the GoFundMe and slide it all the way down, almost 100% of it goes to me. Same thing. If you use Venmo, it all goes to me. So if you'd like to contribute, I need to raise about 250 pounds. I'm trying to do that tonight if I can to finish all of the setup for this whole thing. In addition to that, before the end of the month, just to pay all the rest of the bills and have a little bit left over to have a life if I can, and also buy some books and some other things that I need. I'm trying to raise a total of 1,000 before the end of the month. So whatever you can chip in will be very, very meaningful and very helpful at this time. Okay, carrying on with questions. Barack Obama asks, what contention would a Theravada have with the concept of a bodhisattva, and how would I respond to them? So the Theravadins have bodhisattvas, and the Theravadins say that Buddhahood is real. What they disagree on with the Mahayana is exactly what the nature of Buddhahood is. And they say that Buddhahood, generally speaking, it just takes so long for a normal person to go from being an ordinary person to Buddhahood. It would be much better if that person instead just aimed for nirvana. And so the Theravadins, generally speaking, aren't denying that any of this is possible. They're just saying that for most people, it takes forever. It takes 3 countless eons of work and, millions of lifetimes and all this to get it all done. And the Mahayana says that's true for some people. There's other methods that make it faster for people who are a bit more capable. And especially at this time when we have Tantra, you can do it even in a single life. So it's very much worth it to put in the work to try to head towards Buddhahood. And then, of course, the Theravadins have way less in terms of understanding what it would mean, for example, to carry on past nirvana. This is an area where we disagree. The Theravadins basically say that, once you've attained nirvana, there's nothing else you can do. You're going to enter nirvana, and that's the end of the road. And in the Mahayanas, they say, well, no, once you've destroyed the 12 links that keep you stuck in rebirth, you can use Mahakaruna, great compassion, and Bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, to sort of pull the mind back up out of that fundamental layer. It's called consciousness without surface. It's a state of mind in which the mind doesn't observe any objects. It's the subtlest layer of consciousness, beyond your 5 external senses, beyond even your mental consciousness sense. So this is the layer of mind that carries on from lifetime to lifetime and carries karma and all of that. So when you attain nirvana and it's abiding nirvana, you enter into this state of consciousness and you don't come out. And there's no cause whatsoever in your own continuum for you to come out. Now, on the other hand, from a Mahayana perspective, we say, well, if you cultivate really powerful compassion, overwhelming, powerful, to your bone marrow compassion, that will pull you up out of this condition. It'll pull you back up out of this condition to carry on doing stuff. But now you're no longer on this, if you're an 8th level bodhisattva, they say, because there are, 10 levels, right? 10 levels. So there are 10 levels on the bodhisattva path. And once you've attained the 8th level, that's the same as nirvana. but your compassion pulls you up out of abiding nirvana and you enter into non-abiding nirvana, where the causes of suffering in the 12 links have stopped, but you carry on emanating and in some cases taking rebirth for the benefit solely of other beings. And so this is an area where, I would say that the Theravadan canon is a little bit anemic on these points. It just doesn't have anything on it. I don't know that it would entirely disagree that these things might be possible, but it's just not something that's there in their canon, right? I don't know, Dylan, about the vagus nerve. I'm not sure if any systems mention it in particular. Brett B. Coolin. In order to do Buddhism deeper, do you recommend reading suttas directly or studying commentaries? Is it more important to just practice the meditation and find a community? What I often say is, for years I recommended books to people, and at some point I just stopped doing that for the most part. I do it a little bit here and there, but the best book to study is whatever book that a lineage of practice is studying, right? That's the best book. Go study whatever book in the lineage you think is good is being taught by someone who knows what the book means. That's the best book to go study. Um, and then in terms of reading the primary sources, actually the primary sources like the suttas and sutras and Vinaya and so forth, they're not arranged as a practice manual. They're just sort of episodes of things that happened and things that were said. So the commentarial traditions arrange all of this information so that you can put it into practice and use it. So what can be really good is to start in a lineage, learn a commentarial tradition in a particular lineage, learn one way of seeing the whole process, and then start going back to the primary sources and just reading those sources for yourself after you've spent significant time studying within one lineage. That is very, very beneficial. Nothing wrong with doing it before that, but the commentarial traditions will make all of it make sense and make it all sort of fit into how to say, make it fit into some kind of system. So Ty adds that Theravadins say the minimal amount of time for the bodhisattva path is 4 countless eons plus 1,000 eons instead of 3, or 10,000, 100,000. Well, in any case, yeah, they just say it's going to take a long time, like many lifetimes. And what the Mahayana says is not that that's not true, but that you need the merit, the good karma of that. That would be equivalent to having done practice over that period of time. And so there are tantric methods for generating that amount of merit in a much shorter period of time so that you can make much more rapid progress within a single life, for those who are taking notes. Okay. Someone asked about PayPal. I'm waiting for PayPal to connect to a certain bank of mine, and then I'll start adding it to the. Actually, you know what? I think it may have already done that. Let me just double check. I know that in some countries you can't pay by Venmo and maybe not even by GoFundMe. So let me see here. What other questions do we have in the chat? Okay. Agreed on crystal and mysticism. Yeah, yeah. I think it's cool how the Buddha described what I believe scientists call Earth's primordial soup. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Ah, another gift membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Someone's going to be very happy for at least a month. Dylan asks if I'd be happy interviewing Swami Sarva Priyananda. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Yeah, I'm really keen to interview anyone who's living in the real world, trying to do this. When I say this, I mean train in ethics and good character and meditation in the real world. As I've said many times, I think where we are all headed is a different issue. Whether we're headed to the same place is an open question. I don't know if we're headed to the same place or not. I suspect that there might be different destinations based upon my understanding of things. However, what we all agree on is that to get where we're going, you need to have a certain amount of good character. You need to have a certain amount of ethics. Do we agree on 100% of what those things are? No. But you also need to train in concentration. Do we mostly agree on what concentration is? Yeah, actually, we do. We most traditions, even the mystical Christian traditions and so forth, from what I can see, we mostly agree on that part. Okay, well, if we're all training in concentration and we're all struggling to maintain ethics, even though the ethics we're maintaining are not identical, and we're all struggling to have good character, even though some aspects of the character we're trying to cultivate are not identical, what we share in common is the spiritual struggle, trying to have authentic religious and spiritual practice, and trying to attain deeper states of concentration to deepen our practice. We share this struggle and this effort. And so, for sure, the Hindus schools are doing this, right? And if you're a Buddhist, for example, you share this in common with the Hindu schools, and there's no reason to push these people aside as Buddhists or something. There's no reason to push the mystical Christians aside, or the Jains aside, or the Sufis aside. Anyone who is genuinely struggling with their character and genuinely trying to attain concentration, as long as they're not hurting other people, right? We're going to share as Buddhists. At least I feel this way. We're going to share in common the spiritual struggle, at least at this level, because life is hard. Yeah. And anyways, if somebody wants to reach out on my behalf or wants to start the process of that, if somebody knows this particular Swami, be happy to talk to them and have them on the podcast, because first of all, I think I have a very, I want to bring people together, and I think we don't have to do that in an artificial way. I think since we're all struggling and striving, we share that in common in a genuine way. And there are conversations that could be had there that are worth having. And it's inspiring, I think, for people to hear about and talk about these sorts of things amongst various practitioners. So, Brett B. Coolin says, "What's your opinion on being critical and disagreeing with other sects of Buddhism? I used to be reluctant to criticize some sects of Buddhism I don't agree with." Right. So my view on criticizing other Buddhists in general is I try not to do it. And when I do it, there's this wonderful sutta where the Buddha says a person who has good character does two things. When they talk about themselves, they always say less about their good qualities, and they describe their bad qualities in great detail. And when they talk about others, they talk about their good qualities in great detail and their bad qualities less. And a person of bad character talks about the bad qualities of others in great detail and their good qualities less, and talks about their own good qualities in great detail and their own bad qualities less, right? So if you want to be a good person of good character, then spend more time talking about the good qualities of others. And if you have to talk about the bad qualities of others to help somebody because you don't want them to go a way that you think is really bad, then try to do and say the minimum rather than being quite elaborate about it. Believe it or not, I tend to like Sokugakai. I think they have, their founder is a tantric Japanese practitioner, and there's some reason to think that reciting sutras and reciting mantras is actually something that's helpful to people. Um and I've seen some monks in the Sokugakai International group who, when I observe their character, seem to have good character. So, once again, if they're engaged in the spiritual struggle and they're working a bit on concentration and there's authenticity in what they're doing, does it really matter if they don't have some of the other pieces that I would like to be there for me, for example, in training in Mahayana Buddhism? Or, does that matter so much? It was designed, according to the founder, to be something that would be accessible, for example, to people that have no education, that are living on the countryside. So it's meant to be something that's very easily digestible, easily doable for people, that has real benefit. And I think it probably does. Okay. Zhao Quinn asks if the Buddha ever talked about Abrahamic religions. So there are scant references that refer to something like Abrahamic religion, not in full form, but there are quite a few views, if you go through the canon, that are discussing things that sound like the Abrahamic view, but it's being referred to in the language of the Indian subcontinent at the time. So, yeah, I've actually talked about that before. If you go back and you look at some of the commentaries that I've done in earlier in the Buddhist PhD Response series, I have quite a bit on that sort of thing. So you're welcome to check those out. Since I've responded to that at great length in the past, I think I'll leave it there if you're okay with that. Tanish asks, why do Buddhists believe in reincarnation? So, just a quick terminological thing. Quite a few Buddhist people don't like using the word reincarnation. I actually don't mind very much. You know, they make such a big deal about not using this word and using rebirth instead, and it's like a distinction without very much of a difference. You have a mind stream. That mind stream is what gets reborn along with karma. And yes, that mind stream is a causal thing, but it's, according to the Buddha, it's similar enough that once you start recalling past lives, you're going to think to yourself, I was reborn as this in the past, and I went through such and such and such, and my name was such and such and such. There's enough continuity with the previous lives of your own for you to label those with the word I, me. It was like this for me in the past, blah, 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 blah. Since that's the case, I think reincarnation is probably a word that's just fine and people should get over it. Right. Okay. So, why do we believe in reincarnation? I mean, the primary reason is that when you train in meditation, according to the great saints of history, you recall past lives. Not only the saints of history, but I put up a documentary called Yogis of Tibet. And in that documentary, you can see that even today, there are great masters who train in meditation, and they say, yeah, when you train in meditation, you recall your past lives. Not just in the Tibetan tradition, but there's a modern saint who passed away a few years ago named Venerable Mahabua in the Thai forest tradition. And same thing, recalled his past lives after training in meditation for, I can't remember what it was, 20 or 30 years in isolation in the forest. And so the primary reason is that our great saints say that when you train in meditation, you recall these things. Now, speaking a bit more personally, I've gone over this before, but I think we have better evidence for rebirth than any other time in history. There's a research study at the University of Virginia that's been going on since the 1960s, still going on, where they take reports of children who have past life memories, and then they try to verify those reports based upon a number of criteria that are quite reasonable. And even according to other psychologists who think that rebirth stuff is nonsense, say, you'd have to be pretty jaded to look at their research and the methods they've used to say, you know, there's not some reason to think this might be a good explanation for this, right? uh, Basically, they do everything they can to eliminate every single other possible explanation. And then these kids still have left over at the end of this verifiable, specific details from these past people's lives that are not part of any public record. So, for example, one little girl remembered being part of a family. She was the wife. She died. She had 3 kids and a husband. At this time, I think she was about 4 years old. When they finally found the house that was hers, when she got there, she knew all of her kids' pet names, the private names that she would have called them when she was alive. That's pretty specific and weird for a 4-year-old to know the private pet names of 3 other kids she's never met. Then she was able to point out in the house all the places where the husband had done renovations in the last 4 years that she hadn't been there. She said, "Oh, you fixed this and you did this," and she knew where they hid money in the house. And then furthermore, the husband asked her some questions and came away convinced. He said, "This little girl knows things about me that only a wife could know." So take that to mean whatever you think it means, but she knew some very, very personal details about this man that wouldn't have been part of any public record. And they have something like 3,000 cases now from all over the world, even from families where they don't believe in rebirth, like Christian families and Muslim families. So that, among many other lines of evidence, compel me to think, actually, we have the best evidence in all of history right now to think that rebirth is a real thing. Okay, Solid says, okay. I mean, you're welcome. You're welcome, Solid, to send me some scholarly resources on that view, and if there's any evidence to support it, of course, I'll take it on board. But if it's just a sort of colloquially held position, then at least from where I'm standing from, that doesn't have a whole lot of value. It might have religious value, which is fine. There's the idea that, how to say, um, there's all sorts of ideas that we hold as religious values, like that truth is eternal and that it's unified and so on and so forth, and that all truths come down to one truth that you can't actually prove. You can't actually, like, that's not a historical idea. That's something that you hold on based upon religious conviction or whatever. And so, yeah, there may be religious merit to that position, but you'd need to show me archaeologically and historically, critically, in terms of texts, how you prove that beyond a reasonable doubt from a historical perspective. And I suspect that you can't do that. Okay. The real in television, yeah, basically is saying what I just said, that the Buddha is not basing his views on what was available in the Upanishads at the time. And yeah, I mean, when you look at what was available in the Upanishads at the time, as best we can tell, that the content of those was not the same as the early Upanishads that we have now. And in particular, there are certain key passages in one of the Upanishads that was available at the time that, if it was there, since it was mentioned in one of the suttas, it's really weird that if it was there and it had the information in it, that it has it in it now. It's very strange that the sutta didn't respond to it in that. It would have responded to it in that way, right? If it had that content. In any case, there'll be more on that on the video. Okay. Carlos says, Brahmanic devas were consistently regarded as protectors of Buddhist Dharma. Yeah, I'm not, I mean, I'm not saying that the deities weren't regarded as protectors of the Buddhist Dharma, but that's a different issue. Okay, friends, since we have passed another temporal mark here, I'll just say in 60 seconds or less, I teach everything for free. I do everything for free. That's retreats, phone calls, classes, etc., etc. In order to do this, 80 to 100 hours a week, most weeks, I do have to have support from the community. So if you're getting value out of this, whether you're doing it now or later, consider going down below the video description, following the GoFundMe link or the Venmo link, and just sending whatever you can. So I'm trying to raise money tonight in particular to finish doing the setup. There's a few other things I need to fully finish building our setup so that I can do this full time and have it be a pretty professional operation. I need about 250 pounds, I think, to finish setting things up. And then in addition to that, to just get through the month to because I spent everything that came in getting things to make this work, I think I need about 750 pounds after that to just be able to pay all the bills and so forth and have a bit left over so my wife and me could maybe buy some socks. We don't have any socks. That would make my wife very happy. So if I can get together before the end of the month about 1,000 pounds, then everything works and I'm off to the races, being able to sort of not have to talk about the money side of this for another 2 to 3 weeks, which would be nice for me and nice for everyone else. So whatever you're able to contribute between here and the end of the month means a whole hell of a lot. And if you're listening to this right now, please do, if you can, click one of the links somewhere and send whatever you can through. On GoFundMe and Venmo, I get more of what you send, so that would be the best way to do it. If you want to use the super chat function, you can use that as well. But if you're on an iPhone, then 30% goes to Apple, 30% goes to YouTube, and so only 40% would actually make it to me, which I know you don't like, and I don't like either. So the best thing to do is the links down below. You can also become a member of the channel, which does help in a number of different ways. Or you could join the school course that I have linked down below if you want to train with me a little bit more hardcore. Yeah, also, fun announcement. Some of you didn't get to hear it when I first said it. I have a pinned comment. So I'm working with Neil Ripsky, who is a lineage holder for Shaolin, and he's going to start teaching a course on a full-on, fully developed system of Buddhist training for the body and the energy system of the body that normally you can only find in a tantric Buddhist context. But the Shaolin version doesn't require you to take empowerment. It's open. So this is incredibly rare, incredibly difficult to find. I have done some of these practices that exist on the Taoist side because I didn't know we had Buddhist ones that you didn't have to have empowerments for. So I train in all these things on the Taoist side because the Taoists have the same things in the Chinese tradition. So if you click the link for the Lohan Palm course, that's going to be led by Neil Ripsky, 40 years of experience, 20 years almost training with his primary teacher in that system, who was a lineage holder for the Southern Shaolin 18 Lohan Palm system. So that system has a martial art, it has a health system, it has a Qigong system, it has a Neidan system, for those of you who know what Neidan is, and it has a full-on Buddhist meditation program as well. So it has what's called the 3 treasures: training the body, training the Qi, training the mind. So if that sounds interesting to you, I know, I am definitely going to be training in this once he starts getting this material up as well. Click on the Lohan Palm and fill out the pre-sign up. So we're building the course right now. We're filming, we're editing, and so on and so forth over the next couple of weeks, and then it's going to launch. So if you're interested, fill out the form, and I'll reach out to you once we launch and go live. Okay. All right. So making my way back down through the chat. Let's see. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. So Tim Bogan asks, is there a way in which Vedantic Brahman may be synthesized with the concept of Shunyata and Dharmakaya? I saw a video where Swami was told by a Tibetan monk that Vedanta and Madhyamaka are the same. Honestly, I don't know, but I am on the podcast upcoming. I have a one Dr. Abhishek coming on, who's an Advaita practitioner in a school where they also study Nagarjuna, and he himself is quite enamored with Nagarjuna's work as a Vedanta practitioner. So I'm hoping that when he comes on, I'll have a chance to ask him questions of that very kind. I suspect that there are Vedanta schools that very much are taking that last step from meditating on consciousness to meditating on the emptiness of consciousness. Again, the question becomes, you know, sort of a pedagogical one in terms of training. Okay, you're gaining access to pure consciousness. You're gaining access to what consciousness is. You're meditating on what consciousness is. And then what are you doing? If you're just resting in consciousness, that's not what we're talking about. If it is just simply Sat Chit Ananda, if it is being, awareness, bliss, that's not yet what we're talking about. You have to investigate the nature of that being and find out that it doesn't exist the way that it appears. Because the way that it appears is as if it's self-existent. And if you think it's self-existent and you experience consciousness as if it's self-existent, then you're stuck in ignorance. You're doing a formless concentration on consciousness itself, which only takes you to the formless realm. It doesn't take you to nirvana, much less to Buddhahood. On the other hand, if you do all of that work and make your mind incredibly subtle, and then you investigate the emptiness of consciousness, and when I say emptiness, I don't mean that your mind has no content appearing in front of it. I mean that you look at the way that it appears as if it is non-relational and self-existent. You investigate whether or not it actually exists as non-relational and independent, and you find out that in fact consciousness is interdependent, and in fact consciousness is relational. And since that's the case, that the way that it appears is wrong. It appears to exist in a way it doesn't actually exist. And then you isolate that fact, the fact that it doesn't exist the way that it appears, and you meditate on the absence of the way that it appeared, to put it in somewhat layman's terms. If you do that, then you're meditating on a Buddhist insight. If you don't do that, then you're just meditating on consciousness, which we do also as Buddhists, but that's not the end of the road. That's a step along the process, along the road. Then there's another issue, which is that if you are looking at this from a tantric perspective, that your human consciousness that you meditate on at the initial stages of meditating on consciousness is not the subtlest layer of consciousness. There are subtler ones. The subtlest one is called Rigpa, or clear light. And I think, again, this is my opinion, not canon, but I think it's the same mind that's being talked about in the Theravada canon when they talk about consciousness without surface, the subtlest layer of consciousness. You need, in that condition, to realize the emptiness of that consciousness. You could simply abide in that type of consciousness for a while, and you have to do that, in my understanding of how tantric techniques work in Buddhism. You have to gain enough familiarity with that type of awareness through having made it manifest through various types of techniques. You have to gain enough awareness of that to be sort of aware of what it is and how to do it, right? I mean, that, how to say, sorry. You have to become sort of fully immersed in what that type of consciousness is. And then you have to realize that it's empty. So if Advaita practitioners are generating that state of awareness, and then all they do is abide in it, then they're not yet doing something that is a Buddhist insight. It is still incredibly subtle practice, still really incredible capability as a being to be able to access this layer of your experience, but it's still just it's still within the realm of samsara. It's not leading you out of samsara yet. You have to use that mind to realize the emptiness of itself, the emptiness of non-relational existence. Having done that, then finally you're doing the Buddhist thing. You're gaining Buddhist insight. So it's an open question for me. If you're gaining those insights, yeah, those are Buddhist insights. If you're not gaining those insights, then what you're doing is something that leads to a formless realm, or creates a lot of good karma or whatever. But that would mean that the two systems are different, which is okay. Doesn't mean doesn't mean that what they're doing is like all fake or something. If you could, as a Buddhist, for example, if for some reason Vedanta practices were really working well for you, if you could use those practices to generate extremely subtle minds and then do the Buddhist part of it, all the same, fantastic. Go for it. Okay. Wolfgang, is it possible for the life and actions of one being to cause several rebirths? No. Each being takes one rebirth. It's possible for a bodhisattva who has certain capabilities to take on multiple bodies on purpose, but that's a being whose mind is extremely capable. Ordinary beings just you come to inhabit one new body. Chakasamavara Tantra has links with Shivism. I'm not familiar enough to be able to say for sure if that's true or not. Could be true. Is it not agnostic to say samsara has no discoverable beginning? Asks Mountain License. No. So when we say that samsara has no discoverable beginning, what we mean is that it is beginningless. It is an infinite causal sequence. That it doesn't have a first moment is different from saying you simply can't tell where the first moment is. That would be to say that it has a first moment, but we can't tell you where it is. That's very different than saying there's no first moment of this. It goes on forever, infinitely into the past. And that's the Buddhist position, that rebirth has there's no first rebirth. Rebirth is an infinite causal sequence, which, by the way, is how you fix the God problem. You don't need something outside the system to cause the system if the previous moment of the system is what causes the next moment of the system. As soon as you say there was a first moment, then you need something else to cause it. And you're right back to theism. The reason Buddhism doesn't need a creator God is because it's an infinite causal sequence, which actually abides by the exact same logic as the God argument. The God argument says that you need a necessary being, something that couldn't fail to exist, to explain why everything that is contingent does exist. The infinite causal sequence couldn't fail to exist, and explains how each contingent moment of the continuum comes into existence. So we have an explanation for every moment of the continuum of an infinite causal sequence. And we have the infinite causal sequence, which cannot by nature be explained by some outside cause because it could not have failed to exist. It's the exact same argument that you would use to basically prove God as a philosophical concept. So the Buddhists have just as cogent an argument, in my view, for an infinite causal sequence as the theists have for a creator God. The big difference is that for the creator God, you have to break all the rules of reality. Here's an uncaused, unchanging thing that gives rise to all of the caused and changing things, which there's no other example like that in reality. However, right now, every caused thing is caused by another caused thing. Causes lead to effects are future causes, right? Every effect is something that leads to something else. And every cause is something that came from another set of changing causes and conditions. So the Buddhist position says, well, there's just no beginning to that. That process of causes leading to more causes, leading to more causes is infinite. Cause, effect, cause, effect, cause, effect. And it's always changing causes and changing effects. So the infinite causal chain is a necessary being, we would say in philosophy. It could not have failed to exist and doesn't require, therefore, any outside explanation for how it gets started, because it didn't start. It's always been happening. If it started, you would need an explanation for how it got started. Since it's always been happening, you can't. It's a misunderstanding to then ask, yeah, but how did it get here? That's like asking, how did the uncreated, always existing creator God get here? Well, you're misunderstanding what we mean by that if you ask that question. So it's the exact same argument, actually. So this is how the Buddhists get around the need to posit a creator God that proves everything else exists. Tanish, I already asked the question about rebirth. Is there a Buddhist concept for an absurdly long period of time, analogous to the amount of time for a universe to expand and retract in a full cycle? I think, isn't that I don't know. There's a few words that are like eon and different types of eons. I can't remember the Sanskrit and Pali term for that. Kalpa, kalpas, and mahakalpas, the great kalpas. These are some of the terms that would be used, but again, exactly how they map to different periods of time, I think there's some wiggle room in there in the canon. Lewis asks, do you know Tsem Rinpoche, Kundalini Yoga? Are we just going to have infinite cycles of yugas, Kali, golden, over and over forever? I know of Tsem Rinpoche. I haven't done any of his stuff. In terms of Kundalini Yoga, Lewis, Kundalini Yoga exists in the Buddhist canon. There's Kundalini Yogas in the Tantric canon for Buddhism. Are we just going to have infinite yugas, infinite time periods stretching out again and again? I mean, this is one of those really interesting areas in Buddhist thought, actually, in terms of our cosmology, where basically collective karma operates in such a way that there are, because of the momentum of so many beings karma headed the same way, that we do go through periods that are relatively predictable from the point of view of an omniscient being. So from the point of view of the Buddha, who's an omniscient being, he looks at the weight or the momentum of the karma of all beings coming together to create universes and trajectories for universes. And there are these cycles in which certain things happen over and over again. And they're sort of moving up and down in terms of virtue and non-virtue. And those are, according to Buddhism, those are relatively predictable things. Now, when you get a little bit more subtle within those, even when most people are going down, there can be little pockets, for example, where for some people, because of their virtue, it's not like that for them. They're carrying on with more virtue, blah, 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 right? So it depends to a degree on, it comes down to individual karma as well, not just the collective situation. Will it just go on forever? It has the potential to go on forever, but in theory, if enough of us, how to say, in theory, we all become Buddhas eventually. So it doesn't go on forever. Jay asks about incense during meditation practice. It can be helpful. It depends on the incense, though. So Tibetan medicine, which comes over from Ayurvedic, Persian, and Chinese medicine, a combination of these elements, they have really powerful, actually, because the Tibetan medical system was never broken. Like the Chinese medical system in terms of TCM, to some degree, especially in China, it was interrupted by the Cultural Revolution and the government basically trying to destroy it. A number of other traditional medical systems have undergone radical periods where they were just, they were just sort of wiped out, or they ran out of money or whatever. And that never happened to the Tibetans in quite the same way. So we still have a full-on Tibetan medical system. And so there are incense that are designed with substances in them that are actually active substances. And so if you use those for your meditation training, they can have a small beneficial effect. But it's not very large. It's a very small effect. So if you're trying to do meditation where you're bringing all of your awareness to a particular thing, I think it's actually better to have no smell in the environment, because smell is going to be pulling some of the bandwidth of your attention off of what you're doing and over to something else. However, if you live in a really smelly environment, it can be helpful to have one smell that's there all the time that keeps the other smells at bay. Right? And then you just have one smell that's there all the time, and your nose becomes blind to it. Making my way through the chat. Okay. Hungersd says, I am at the beginning of learning about Buddhism. I know you just said that you don't recommend books, but if you had to, which book would you recommend? I'd really want to talk to you. So, Hund, if you send me a message on Discord or Facebook, I'd love to. I want to chat to you personally, find out where you're at in your journey. So I don't like recommending stuff unless I can get a sense of who the person is and what they already think, what they already believe, blah 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 blah. So just send me a message. We'll talk. Okay, we'll talk, and I can recommend you some stuff or help you find teachers, help you find lineage, whatever, to begin a proper process of inquiry. Because the beginning is the most sensitive sort of portion of the journey. Mm. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the Lamrim Chenmo as a first book for most people. Lamrim Chenmo is a very difficult text if you haven't read anything else. So Ashley, yeah, I'm like I said, I'm really happy to talk to any practitioners who are living in the real world, not living in isolation, who are trying to struggle and do all of this stuff while living in a city. Even if they're living a monastic life, but they're living in the city doing their monastic life and not living in isolated retreats surrounded by people that take care of them. I want to talk to real people because that's us. People who are living in a city, working jobs, taking care of kids, you know? People that are trying to do real stuff in the real world while at the same time cultivating ethics, cultivating character, training, and meditation. These are the people that I want to have on the podcast because people have questions. Like, how do you actually do this? And what are there common threads between people that actually make progress in this while living in the real world and people who don't? So if there are common threads, what are those common threads? Right? So these are the kinds of things that I want to identify in the podcast with the guests that I have on. So if you guys know of people and you want to hook me up with them, again, Eastern Orthodox, Jain, Christian, Buddhist, Taoist, I don't, it doesn't matter to me. Anybody who's genuinely struggling on a religious path, in particular, if it has some meditative element, I want to talk to them if they're living in the real world. Okay. Uh, just making my way through the chat. Oh. Thank you for the super chat. Let me see. So Scrumbobulus, which is a fantastic name, asks if it's frowned upon to venerate deities that aren't in the pantheon, the traditional Buddhist pantheon. Let me circle back on that once I get back to where I am in the chat. I will definitely get to you. Okay, is this it? Yeah, here we are. Okay, so just answering that super chat really quick. So think about one of my teachers described it like this, which I think is quite good. He said, and he's highly accomplished. I'm not going to say his name because it's up to him who he wants to say these things to or not. Okay, but I'll say this: this person has gone through the entire program of a Tibetan Buddhist lineage, is authorized to teach every level of the lineage, including the tantric elements of the lineage, by the highest authorities in the Geluk school, and is a truly accomplished yogi, not just some guy. And what he says is this: the reason that in India, that you find in the tantras, for example, that the protector deities are the deities of India is because those are the ones who were nearby. And because these are virtuous beings, to be a deity requires a great deal of virtue. Those are the beings that you would talk to and sort of, as he sometimes says, you make offerings to these beings because they're around and they can, as I've said before, they can be your friends, right? And you should want to be friends with deities who are around because to be a deity requires a great deal of virtue and they can be very helpful and very friendly. You're not taking refuge in those beings to lead you all the way down the path, but you can be friends. And part of being friends means that, don't you invite your friends over for dinner? When they come over, don't you play music? Don't if your house smells a little funny, don't you clean up first and maybe light incense or put some air freshener in the air? Don't you turn the lights on so that it's nice? Are you venerating your friends because you want them to take you all the way to enlightenment, or are you just being a good host? Do you make them food and beverage? So you are at liberty amongst your friends to be a good host, including if you're hosting deities. And so he says it like this, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. I already know it. Everyone's going to leave. He says, when you go to Europe, the deities are not the same ones that you find in India. There are different deities that are hanging around. So I'll give you an example. I told him that there's a cave near my house that I wanted to go do some retreat in, and I was going to do a certain practice there. And he said, "Don't." He said, "Don't do that practice there. Do a different practice, because the deities who are around aren't used to those kinds of practices, and they'll be pissed." He said, "You need to do practices that are a little bit more friendly than the one you're thinking about, because you're going to piss off the deities that live in this area who aren't familiar with this thing, and you need to have a relationship with them first, or they're going to do, he didn't go into all these details, but this is what he means, and he knows that I know this is what he meant. They're going to be pissed and do things to screw up your practice. And so you have to, especially when you're doing certain kinds of practices, you have to take into account that you're in someone else's neighborhood. You're not just, you're not just yourself hanging out doing your own thing from the point of view of some of the higher practices. You are in an interdependent relationship in a neighborhood of other beings, and some of those beings aren't human. So it would behoove you as a practitioner to get on their good side and be friends with them and to have them like you and to like them. Also, you're a bodhisattva. You're trying to make connections with all beings so that you can help them, not just human beings. So you have to form connections with all these deities that are around also, not just the human beings. Right? So he even went so far as to say that in Europe, Jesus can be considered a Buddhist protector deity. I know. I mean, this is going to be shocking to a lot of people. But he says that Jesus could be considered one of the protector deities for some of your practices, and you could rely on Jesus to be one of the protector deities for your practice for certain types of practices that you do. Because Jesus is a very active deity in Europe and the United Kingdom and the United States. So where does that leave you, right? Where does that leave you amongst all of the possibilities that might raise in your head? From a personal standpoint, it makes me feel a lot better to think about, okay, all of the deities required a great deal of virtue to get where they are. All of them want other beings, most of them at least, want the other beings to do well. They have limits. They can't take you to enlightenment, but it's good to have friends in high places, and it's good to be a good friend and a good host. And if you do your best to be a good sort of neighbor as a human being living in places where deities are also hanging out, then they'll be good neighbors to you. And they'll do whatever they can, just as it says in the Jatakas for the Buddha when he's traveling down the path to enlightenment, that uh, they helped him wherever they could, right? Even though he was going down the Buddhist path, and many of those deities were not Buddhist deities. So, is it frowned upon? Depends. Depends. Depends on what you're doing, why you're doing it, what mental attitude you have, what vows you hold, what the practices are, what school it is. Yeah, depends. Okay. Uh, yeah, I know. Some of you are saying some things in the chat about people's character and stuff. Like I said, I try not to talk about that. Here's my thing. For those of you who don't know me, if you ask me about a school or in particular a person in a particular school that I don't recommend, I just won't have much to say about them. Okay? That's how I handle it. You can look up all these people all you want and find out what they're all about. But if you hear me say, I don't have much to say about that, or I don't really know anything about that, then what that means is that probably I don't recommend it. Okay. I'm going to pause the live stream. Do hang out. Everyone take a bathroom break, get a cup of coffee. Don't go away. Come right back. I'm going to refresh my cup of coffee, use the loo, and return very shortly to continue answering questions. Okay. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope everyone got their cup of coffee or tea and is ready to get back into it. So I'm just pulling up the chat. While I do, let me make my customary announcement. If you're getting some value out of this or the classes that I put on, the content that I make, which I do all for free, and I'm doing my best to, if I can, to never have ads on my content, to never do promotional content, etc. If you find all that valuable to carry on doing that 80 or 100 hours a week, then I do have to have community support. So you can become a member on YouTube. It's very helpful. You can also make a donation down below, either to the GoFundMe or to the Venmo. Or you could join the school course where I'm putting some more hardcore trainees. I'm building a community there for people that are training in the meditative techniques that I teach. And that community will eventually support each other in their training so that when you need to go into retreat for 10 days or 2 weeks or a month, that, we can help you cover the cost of going into retreat, for example. So if your monthly bills were 2 grand and you wanted to go into retreat for a month, the community, once we have 100 or 200 people, would be able to support sending you into retreat. We all pay $20 and you get to go into retreat for a month and actually make some progress, right? So I'm trying to build a community of people that are quite serious about the techniques I'm teaching, quite serious about their own lineages in addition to what I'm teaching, and who want to eventually support each other financially in doing long-term retreat. If that sounds like a cool idea to you, I'm parking that whole venture on the school community. So you can join that there. And also, in terms of fundraising goals for tonight, I'm doing my best to try to raise, if I can, about £250 tonight so that in the next week I can finish building the whole professional setup I need to do all of this for you. In addition to that, I need to raise probably about £1,000 before the end of the month just to break even as a household and have a little bit left over so that I can buy my wife some socks that don't have holes in them. That would make her very happy. So if you'd like to contribute by becoming a member, etc., you know what to do. Also, for the people who didn't catch the earlier announcement, look at the pinned comment. So I'm working with Neil Ripsky, who's a Shaolin lineage holder. He lives in Canada, 40 years of experience. The Lohan Palm course is going to be launching probably in the next week or two. And that has all of the stuff I don't teach. I've trained in the body stuff and I've trained in the energy stuff, but I don't teach it. And he does. And he has a complete lineage and his understanding of these systems is so deep. He's studied with so many incredible teachers and is himself an incredible practitioner of Chinese internal martial arts and all of these systems that come through Shaolin, Tai Chi, Bagua, Xingyi, and so on and so forth. So the Lohan Palm is a very special system that includes the full sort of body longevity, body longevity and strength stuff that comes through the Shaolin tradition, and also has the energetic component that is really beneficial but hard to find in the modern world and taught in a really good form. And then it also has the meditative traditions, both of his Buddhist teachers and of his Thai forest teacher, who's in the same lineage as Ajahn Acharya Moon, who's quite well known in Thailand. Almost everyone almost everyone you know in the Thai forest tradition has been influenced by this one particular gentleman. So please do check out that link. We're taking pre-sign-ups for that course at the moment, and I can't recommend it highly enough. Having your body work properly and your energy system work properly really benefits your meditation practice. And if you can carry that on as you get older, then your practice can go on for a much longer period of time. Okay. It looks like my chat, there are so many. Okay, so just so you guys know, part of the reason that I try to not have too much chatter in the chat is that YouTube eliminates comments after they go past a certain point. So when I get to the top of the chat, I now can't see the oldest comments anymore because there's been so many comments, which means that if people ask questions, I now will have missed them. So try as best you can to not have conversations in the chat. If you want to have conversations, go over to the Discord or the Facebook group, and you can talk about things live while I'm live. But the chat should be just questions and nothing else. Yeah? Questions or direct comments, like one line at a time about what I've said. Otherwise, I lose a whole bunch of them. So now there's a bunch of stuff that unfortunately I don't think I'm going to be able to answer because it's now just gone. Okay. Real in Television says even Buddha said not to follow him if you don't want to need the analysis, so don't. But this, okay. So actually, the Buddha said you should follow him. This is a common misunderstanding. If you read the Kalama Sutta, I'm going to put up a video about this. It doesn't say what people think it says. The Kalama clan weren't the Buddha's students, and the Buddha said, if you're not my student yet, here's some criteria for assessing how to decide what religion and what teacher to follow. When the Buddha was talking to his own students, he gave them completely different advice. And since most of the times he's talking to people in the canon, he's talking to people who are already his students, there's way more advice on how to be a Buddhist student as opposed to how to become a Buddhist. There's very little advice on the process of becoming a Buddhist. And the Buddha says, look, before you've chosen to follow a particular teacher, for example, you can't just rely on the fact that they have a tradition, because all religions have a tradition. So you couldn't rely on that. Well, what about the fact that they have old texts? Well, you can't rely on that because let's say most of the religions have old texts. Well, you can't rely on that then. What about the fact that the elders in the community say that it's true? Well, you can't rely on that because every religious community has elders in the community that say it's true. So you can't use that. Well, what about the fact that they just like make good arguments that sound good? Well, you can't rely upon that because everybody in these religions, if you hang out with them, they have good arguments that kind of sound good, don't they? So what can you rely upon? Well, he says what you can rely upon is looking at your own experience and seeing if the parts that are accessible to your experience are true. And then he gives, I think, 3 examples. And he says, isn't it true that when you have loving kindness, that such and such and such happens because you have loving kindness? And they say, yeah, that's true. And he says, okay. He says, well, what about anger? When this happens, blah, 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 blah. Isn't that true? And they say, yeah, that's true. And then at the end of the sutta, after doing 0 skeptical contemplation on their own, the entire process led by the Buddha, the entire Kalama clan converts to Buddhism. So this is definitely not a sutta about radical agnosticism, skepticism, and the Buddha saying, don't follow me, don't follow teachers. And when you look in the canon, the Buddha says over and over and over again, you need to rely on the wise. You need to follow teachers. The correct attitude to have as a student of the Buddha is, the Buddha knows, I don't know. This is what the Buddha says for his students. If you've become a Buddhist, this is the attitude to have. Before you've become a Buddhist, the only criteria you can rely upon to decide whether or not to follow Buddhism or follow some other religion is to look at your experience and see if the parts that are accessible to your experience are true or not. Because all the other criteria you could use could be, relatively speaking, equally used to verify the claims of any of these religions, couldn't they? But not all of these religions have stuff that's available to your experience that can prove right now, looking at your experience, that at least this much is definitely true. You see? So that's what the Kalama Sutta is talking about, the initial process of selecting a religion, selecting a teacher, not what to do once you've selected a religion or selected a teacher. Those are completely different spheres of experience. It's like the difference between deciding what car you want to drive and actually buying one and driving the car. The advice is going to be different, right? Okay. Let me take a look at the chat. Horned Historian asks if there are Buddhist heresies. Yeah, there are. Heresy is a bit of a strong word, but yeah, There have been cases where Buddhist groups have sort of splintered off, and ooh, the AI has realized I have a face. um, there have been cases where Buddhist groups have splintered off and either adopted strange beliefs or adopted strange practices. Okay, I see a super chat coming in. Druggan asks a bunch of questions about metta. Um, the best instructions I've seen for actually generating metta, I've found in the Tibetan traditions coming through the Sanskrit canon. They are the most precise, the most detailed, the most sort of logically perspicuous. There's a wonderful book on this called How to Expand Love. If somebody, one of the moderators perhaps, could find that book on Amazon or what have you, just put the link in the chat. So, How to Expand Love by the Dalai Lama. Really fantastic book. And it takes you from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. And if you train in my rumination meditation technique, then you'll understand how to use what's in that book to actually generate metta. You don't just read the book and get metta. You need to be able to ruminate on the various steps and stages in the book, generate those, and then meditate on them. Can you use those to generate the jhanas? Yeah, you can meditate on metta to generate the jhanas. Is it pleasurable? It's incredibly pleasurable. I mean, the desire to have other beings be happy and free and happy and have the causes of happiness is a very, very enjoyable state of mind to be in, especially if you have some concentration. Druggan also asks that he's in NYC, or I don't know. Actually, Druggan, I don't think you've ever told me if you're a male or female, or what do I suggest checking out near you? Send me a message, Druggan, through Discord or Facebook, and we'll talk about it. I'll help you find something near you or online that's worth doing. Okay, returning to the chat. Okay, Mugao asks, greetings from Brazil. I'm a layman who practices Japanese Zen, but I also attend Shinto shrine, as is the case for most people in Japan. I think this is a really important point. Across Asia, it's quite common for people to basically practice more than one tradition at a time, or to practice mainly one tradition, but to also have respect for another tradition where you find other deities, other important truths, etc. And I think of this a bit like in the West, for example, how we, like my degree. My degree was taking Buddhist philosophy in for my PhD and comparing it against philosophies that you find in the Western canon, in particular, philosophy of science, right? And then my master's degree was taking Buddhist psychology and comparing it against cognitive psychological research into meditation. So, what I ended up doing was taking some of the best information and teachings and so forth from our culture, from my culture, my local culture, and trying to see how I could make those interact with what I have in Buddhism. And something very similar to this has been going on in Asia for a very, very, very long time, across Asia with different traditions. So I think that's a valuable thing to do, actually. And as I was talking about with protector deities and stuff earlier in the stream, if you're living in Japan, Shinto deities, if they're real things, are going to be part of what's happening in Japan. So having good relationships with those deities is an important thing to do, especially if you're doing like tantric practice, for example. All right. Root Roots asks, did the Buddha become Lord Jagannath? I have no idea what that is. Sorry, can't be of more helpful. Um, so, just a note to the moderators, I noticed that there was a person who was put on silence. Um, so, it's better to try to do that earlier. If somebody is basically dominating the chat or causing a lot of issues, give them one warning and just say, hey, you're going to be put on mute for the rest of the day if you don't chill out. The chat is mainly for people. The chat is mainly for people to uh, ask questions. And if there's too much conversation in the chat, then I can't find the questions, which is bad. Also, like I said, YouTube sometimes deletes the older parts of the chat in terms of what I'm allowed to see as the moderator, and I don't get to see, and I'll miss questions if I get too far behind because the chat disappears. So it's important that the chat basically be the questions and maybe some comments that could be answered as questions, if you understand what I mean, and not a whole bunch of conversation. So if you want to have conversations that are sort of sidebars, go to the Discord channel for this YouTube channel, and you can go to the Discord and talk about whatever you want. And you can talk about it while I'm live. You know, that's totally fine. Just don't have it in the chat here. Okay. I wonder. Mugao asks. I wonder who'd be the deities in the U.S. because not every native tribe was polytheistic. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Um, there could be native deities there. There could be again, for at least according to my teacher, because there's so much Christian activity that Jesus could be an active deity in the Americas. Yeah, these things can be quite, there's a bit of how to say, um, there's a bit of flexibility there. All right. Nerve 2.0 asks, why are we born? So, from a Buddhist standpoint, you are born because there's an out of control process of rebirth that's been going on since beginningless time, infinite rebirths into the past. And these infinite rebirths going into the past have been basically out of control, out of your control forever. And so the purpose or the meaning of existence from a Buddhist point of view is to bring that under control through cultivating virtue and good character and concentration. And then once it's under control, to do other types of practice that destroy this out of control process of rebirth. And if you do that and you don't cultivate compassion, then you'll enter into a perfect state of happiness for you. If you cultivate compassion, then you can carry on emanating and, in some cases, taking rebirth so that you can benefit other beings by carrying on towards what we call enlightenment. Dragon asks about Lee. What is that? Lee Bragaston? I don't know that person, and not in the I think they're bad way, but I legitimately don't know them. Okay. Mm, oh, more people. Oh, thank you, General Tao. It's very helpful. Someone's going to be very happy. No self is not a contradiction. I agree. Solid HG says Odin could be a protector deity if you happen to be in the Scandinavian region. That's actually another example that my teacher raised. What is beginningless is the individual mind stream. That's correct. The Dalai Lama said Jesus was a bodhisattva. Carlos, that could be true. I'm not 100% sure myself. Jesus could be simply a deity. Jesus could be a deity who is also holds Buddhist vows. but not bodhisattva vows. Jesus could be a deity who holds Buddhist vows, and some of those vows are bodhisattva vows, right? It could be. It could also be that Jesus is a Jewish minister of a certain flavor from a time period when there was a lot of Jewish ministers making certain kinds of statements about the end of the world and so forth, and that he falls into that class of Jewish practitioner, and that his later followers misinterpreted what it all means. you know, this is also possible. That it has no connection to Buddhist stuff. But then after death, as a deva, if Jesus attained the rebirth as a deva, that he then took bodhisattva vows. Like there's so many layers and options. Like exactly what's going on there is basically impossible to say, unless you're taking it on the word of a great being like His Holiness, which maybe you will, maybe you do. Okay. Okay, someone asks if I'll respond to a Catholic podcast where there's an ex-Buddhist. Will you, if you could, someone put that link in the Discord of stuff to respond to, and I'll definitely take a look at it. Definitely will take a look at it. I find those things quite interesting. Thank you for raising that. Walls here. Okay, let's see. Ah, yes, General Tao put How to Expand Love in the chat. It's a wonderful book. Mm. Oh, man. This one person is so disruptive in the chat, I can't even find the questions, you guys. Yeah, so the moderators, please do, like way before it gets to this point, because I literally can't even tell where the questions are because there's so many people talking to this one person in the chat. The chat is for the questions. If you'd like to talk to each other, go to the Discord or to the Facebook page. Okay. You can talk to each other a bit, but if it goes on like this, then I can't even find the questions. And then I'm sitting here and wasting time, everyone's valuable time. Okay, another super chat coming through. How come one prays for deities of a certain culture while living outside of that culture? For example, I'm not in Japan, but there are Shinto shrines outside Japan. How would that work? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't have a strong opinion on that, really. You know what I tend to think, and this isn't canon anywhere, and this isn't based upon clairvoyance or anything. This is just my own view. One of the interesting things, because I've looked at a lot of near-death experiences, for example. One of the interesting things about those experiences is that quite often, people will meet certain beings, certain deities in those types of experiences, and those deities they'll say, well, who are you? And they'll say, well, I'm known by like these 14 different names. I've been known by hundreds of other names, but that's not so important right now. And so I tend to think that there may be certain deities who are known by and regarded as important in different traditions by different names, even though they're the same being. So, yeah, I don't have a firm opinion on that. And from what I can tell, there are certain, sort of the more powerful the deity, the wider their reach. The sort of lowest deities and sort of spirits from the Shinto perspective, right? They have a very small area. But the very, very powerful ones have much larger areas that they're overseeing and interacting with, up to the level of, I think, like basically an entire universe, you know? and down to like galaxies and things. So there are some deities that are involved in quite a lot of activities. Oh, got a couple more super chats. Okay, so that's a really tough question. Um, Send me a private message about regret and shame and handling these kinds of feelings. I've said this on previous streams, you know. I've said this on previous streams, but part of the practice is that you have stuff that you've done that you will find unforgivable, where you'll feel that because I've done this thing, if anybody found out or anybody knew, they would never want to interact with me again. And to move forward in your life and as a practitioner, you just have to go, yep, that was wrong. Not going to do that again, and move on. Yeah. It was wrong. It wasn't the right thing to do. It did hurt people or have the potential to hurt people. It did slow you down in your progress. And so all that's true. But what else is there to do except go, yep, that was really dumb. Not doing that again. That's the only thing to do. And so you just have to reach down inside your heart and say, yes, that happened. Yes, the previous version of myself did this thing. Yes, it's wrong, but I'm now moving forward. I've decided I'm not going to do this again. Or at a minimum, if it's something else that's ongoing that you can't stop yourself from doing, then I'm going to continue struggling to try to stop doing this, right? Because there's going to be lots of stuff. As practitioners, you get rid of bad habits and they go away for years, and then they come back and you go, crap, there's that thing again. Or, you know, you, that's probably a decent enough example. But, anyways, the thing is, life moves on. You're going to be okay. Look, if you train your mind, things are going to be okay. Really. If you work with yourself, things are eventually going to get better. And how do you know? Because all of the great beings of history, they started out like us. His Holiness the Dalai Lama was at one point during one of his rebirths was just like us and did all these horrible things. you know, Milarepa, for example, in Tibet, he was a murderer before he became a great being. Angulimala, according to the Buddhist canon during the Buddhist time, was a serial killer. Killed 999 people, they say. And he to count the people he had killed, he would take one of their fingers and he would dry their fingers out and he would put it on a necklace. So he had a necklace with dead people's fingers on it. And he achieved nirvana in a single lifetime. So you are not beyond redemption by any means. You're definitely not worse than Angulimala was. I think Milarepa killed, I don't know how many people, like 50 people or something. You probably haven't done something that bad. So you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. You just forgive yourself, recognize that it wasn't the right thing to do, recognize that you don't want to do it again. And if it's something that you're going to do again anyway, then just say, okay, I'm resolved to struggle against this until this isn't a thing that I do anymore. Even if I can't stop right now, right? That's it. That's all. It's not like certain types of Christianity where you're evil by nature and therefore you need to suffer, right? You need to suffer to get over this evil that, fundamentally you're pure. Fundamentally you're good. Fundamentally you have Buddha nature. You have the potential to become an omniscient, compassionate, powerful being whose only purpose in existing in the way that they do is to benefit other beings. That's your potential. So you've got that all ahead of you. So that would be my advice. And then the next, how do Buddhists solve the problem of perception? How do we have access to the external world? Why shouldn't we be Cartesian skeptics? Well, that's a very detailed question. Every Buddhist school is saying that you have some type of cognitive error, but the Cartesian problem is actually to do with external beings. The Cartesian thing was there's a devil, and the devil can manipulate our perceptions, and therefore I can't be sure that absolutely anything that's occurring at any given time, I can't be sure for 100% that it's real. And that's a bit different than the Buddhist standpoint, which is that the external world is interdependent with you. And so there is an external world. And part of you, how you know there's an external world, especially as a human being, is that, for example, when you fall asleep and something happens to your body while you're asleep, even while you're completely unaware of what's happening, things still occur in the external world. If you think about it for a bit, there's a reason to think that there's a real world out there that isn't just like your mind making it all up or something. Yeah, I think I'll leave that one there for now, if you don't mind. But I mean, this whole subject is just absolutely massive in Buddhism, and the schools don't all agree with each other on how to fix it, and very difficult to answer just sort of on a live. Okay. Dylan asks, Buddhist deities can get angry? No, Buddhist. Well, it depends. If it is a normal deity who simply holds vows as a Buddhist, sort of like you and me, those deities are still subject to all the same emotions as a human being because they haven't attained nirvana. So, especially if they're in the lower category of deities that are more similar to how humans are living, then yeah, they get angry, they get jealous, they get envious, they get arrogant. So they have the same issues and so forth as we do. Now, if you're talking about sort of celestial Buddhas, celestial bodhisattvas, that sort of thing, well, in that case, it's different. In that case, those beings, if they're at the 8th bodhisattva level and above, they don't have those things going on anymore. But, even as a bodhisattva, from the 1st bodhisattva level to the 7th bodhisattva level, you have what are called delusive obstructions. You basically have negative emotions. So even as a highly accomplished bodhisattva on the 5th or 6th or 7th level, you can still have emotional reactions to things and get angry or get sad or get attached to something or get envious or whatever. So you still have all those emotions. They're becoming less and less and less powerful, but they're still all there. It's only when you've achieved the 8th level bodhisattva that they stop occurring at all. So this is why, for example, it shouldn't be super surprising that you see some great meditators, as an example, in various places who get in trouble with sexual ethics or monetary ethics, or of course they do. Like unless these are enlightened beings or extremely highly accomplished bodhisattvas, they are still subject to all of the same normal human emotions as you and I, maybe to a lesser degree because they've been training. But if the full range of human possibility is there in terms of emotions still, then the full range of unethical behavior that a normal person might engage in is also available still, right? So it shouldn't surprise you that from time to time, even amongst relatively accomplished meditators, that you find these kinds of problems. So this is really important to consider. We're not saying that, like, it's not like you have a revelation from a deity and then all of a sudden all these things go away, or that you realize emptiness once and then all of a sudden all the problems go away. No. From the time you realize emptiness, there is a long process. Unless you're using tantric techniques, there is a multi-lifetime process you're going to be going through, even with tantric techniques for some people, of removing these negative emotions. It's not something that happens the first time you see selflessness or something. Even seeing it directly in meditation doesn't instantly remove all your negative emotions. So you could literally be a person who has attained a union of shamatha and vipassana, has direct insight into emptiness, and still run into ethical problems and so forth because you're subject to all the normal negative emotions still. It's a lot less likely, but all of this could still happen. So, yeah, that's important to say and to know. It'll clear up a lot of your confusion when you're dealing with real stuff in the real world and you're going, well, why is this happening with these people? Because they don't have, either they don't have the accomplishments, or they have much less sort of level of the accomplishments, and they're still subject to all the normal emotional stuff that we are, just to a lesser degree. Okay, the Horned Historian asks, if the Dalai Lama is considered the head of only one lineage, why is he also considered the spiritual political leader of Tibet? So the Dalai Lama was the head for a period of time of the Tibetan government, because I think it was the fifth Dalai Lama, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, I'm not super clear on this. I'm not a historian. I'm a philosopher, but I think it was the fifth Dalai Lama who made the Geluk tradition of Tibetan Buddhism into the official government for Tibet. And so, amongst those practitioners, if I'm not mistaken, I think the leadership of Tibet went back and forth between the Panchen Lama line and the Dalai Lama line, depending on who was older. And they had a special relationship that went back and forth. I think that's how it went. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And so, up until very recently, sometime in the late 2000s, I believe it was, His Holiness said, I'm putting an end to the combination of political and religious power in Tibet. I'm separating these. There will be political elections, and we'll have presidents and elected leaders and so on and so forth. So now the Dalai Lama is just an important religious leader and no longer a political leader, at least in an official capacity. So Master Orgway says no self is a method. No, that's not true. So it has been argued that by some that not self or no self is just a strategy, just a sort of psychology for working with yourself. That's not true. It is a fact about how things exist. It's not just like a Wittgensteinian self-therapy or something. It is an actual fact about, it is part of the ontology, as we would say, of existent things. It's part of how things exist. And you can prove that relatively easily, which is why I'm surprised that this idea that it's just sort of a method has caught on with so many people. It's not just a method, it's a truth. It's a mode of being. Right? This cup is relationally existent, which means it's not non-relationally existent. How it exists is an absence of non-relational existence. That's a fact about this object, not just some psychological tool that I use to overcome my stupidity. That's how this thing actually is right now. You get it? Now, I need to use psychological stuff to realize that that's how it already is, but that's how it is. As even if it wasn't here, that's how it is. That's how it exists. Okay. Just to remind people that are on the stream, because we've got quite a few new people, I do all this stuff for free. I know I say this over and over on these particular streams, but these are the streams I decided I would make these kinds of statements because I've got to say them somewhere. I'm raising money today in particular to finish setting up the whole setup so I can do this at a much more professional level for you guys. I need to raise about 250 pounds tonight if I can, so that I can finish building the whole setup for the stream and for making content and all this stuff. And if possible, I need to raise about 1,000 pounds before the end of the month so that I can pay all the bills and have a little left over so I can buy my wife new socks. I think between the two of us, we have like 3 pairs of socks, and they're rapidly disappearing and have holes in them and stuff. And I have, I think, 4 shirts. So, yes, if possible, hopefully there'll be a little bit left over to have a little bit of a life too. And, you know, as I've said before, I'd like to be able to buy new books and travel to see some of my teachers and to do some retreats and some other things that are important to my ongoing development to be able to do this even better for all of you. So if it's within your means and you're finding some value here, please do chip in. You can become a member on YouTube, but 30% of that goes to YouTube. If you do it through your iPhone, then 30% also goes to Apple. So I would only get 40%, which I know you won't like. I also don't like it very much. So if you're going to become a YouTube member, sign up using your web browser on a laptop, and then it'll only be the 30% for YouTube, and you don't have to deal with Google or Apple taking another big chunk. And then what else? Down below, you can donate to me directly through GoFundMe or Venmo. And if you'd like to train a bit more hardcore in meditation, you can join my school course down below. As a final note, super exciting announcement for today. If you missed it earlier, I'm working with Neil Ripsky, who's a Shaolin lineage holder, to bring for the first time, really, on a big scale, the full Shaolin system for working with your body and your energy system to make your body last a really long time so that you can do more practice as you get older without the body falling apart. And also, these energetic and body practices are specifically designed to make your body and energy system more like the way they will be once you've attained concentration. So the brilliance of these systems is that they take your body and your energy system further down the path of training than where your mind is currently, and therefore they sort of drag your mind along to more stable conditions. So it's absolutely brilliant. You can work from the bottom up and the top down at the same time using this kind of method. And since I don't teach the body part or the energy part of these systems, and normally in the Tibetan systems, for example, you have to have tantric empowerment to get the body part and the energetic part. Absolutely fantastic that Neil has the Shaolin versions of these where you don't have to have the empowerments. So I'm doing what I can to help him promote this and get the idea out there that, you know, you don't have to rely on the Hindu yoga systems, for example. You can rely on the Shaolin system, which is mostly Buddhist, but also has some of the wisdom of the Taoist traditions and traditional Chinese medicine systems and so on, to make the body and mind even better for meditation and make it last longer so that when you get old, things don't fall apart as much. Okay, so if you go to the down below, Lohan Palm, that course is going to be launching soon. And Neil is an awesome guy, unbelievable resume of capabilities and stuff and retreats and things he's done. I mean, he's so humble for the stuff he's accomplished, like unbelievably humble. So please do check that link out if this sounds interesting to you. I can't recommend it enough. I've trained in these systems and they're absolutely phenomenal. Okay. Okay. Carrying on with the chat. Let's see. Okay. Xiao Heng Chong says, "Hi, I'm here with questions in Lamrim under Guru section. One criteria to verify his words through our life experiences, but we can never do that with the unverifiable." Right. Okay. So one of the things is, yes, actually, according to the Buddhist canon, there's stuff that you're not going to be able to verify. So part of how you gain confidence in the stuff you can't verify is to look at the stuff you can verify, and through using the things you can actually verify, you begin to go, okay, well, my teacher is right about this stuff that's available to me. And then you do some practice, and then it turns out your teacher is also right about the stuff that's going to occur when you practice. And then you gain more and more confidence that, well, the teacher's probably also right about this stuff that's beyond my current experience. And then when you're talking about things like rebirth, then there's even more that you can do nowadays, as I've said a million times, in regards to rebirth. There's the University of Virginia research. There's near-death experience research. Our modern physics has a whole branch called the special status of consciousness interpretation of quantum mechanics, which will give you some sense that the mind could potentially be a causal force in reality and that consciousness probably doesn't come from particles, this sort of thing. So we do have a pretty good way of connecting all the dots in terms of the difficult bits of this in a way that's sort of believable, let's say, or creates a compelling picture for people who don't just want to believe the Buddhist yogis, right? Okay. So, in terms of sitting with this fact, again, I make a lot of different kinds of recommendations depending upon where you're at. So, if you're at a stage of practice where you don't have experiences of anything, basically, then you've got to take your teacher's word for it to some degree. Otherwise, you know, if you look at your teacher and they have good character and they have qualities you want to have, that'll give you some confidence that at a minimum they have stuff that I want that I don't have in terms of my internal experiences. And that's probably the most important bit, right? That's the most important bit in the beginning. Do they seem to have access to something in terms of happiness, in terms of good character, in terms of mental stability that you want that you don't have? Right? Because if they do, isn't that mostly what you turned up for? And then over time, the rest of it will, you fill in the pieces, you fill in the dots. That's not something that happens quickly. It took me something like 12 years to become convinced that rebirth and karma and so forth were real. Someone asks, why don't I put ads on while I take breaks? I don't know. I didn't know that was an option. Yes, there is a Discord, Real in Television. One of the moderators can put the Discord link in the chat. That would be helpful. Oh, sorry it's taken me so long to get to questions. Once again, kind folks in the chat, I'm seeing a lot of statements without question marks on them. The chat is primarily for asking questions. If there's a lot of conversation in between, then it takes me a long time between comments to find the actual questions. So if you can, try to take the chat out of the active chat out of the comment section and take it over to Discord or the Facebook group or somewhere else to talk to each other. Otherwise, there's a lot of dead air time, and that's time that you guys can never get back, and time I can never get back. So try to keep the chat as clean as you can, with mostly just questions you have or sort of one-off statements I can respond to, more so than inter-chat commentary. Okay. Did the Buddha believe there were other genuine teachers? Or did he believe that his was the best way? Dylan asks. So quite a few teachers at the Buddha's time, the Buddha referred to as, I believe the term he used was honorable Brahmins and renunciates, things like this. In other words, the Buddha said there were a number of people that are teaching things and saying things that are real, and where they go wrong is not not sort of is that they don't have the full picture. So one of the analogies that's used and often misquoted is the analogy of the blind man and the elephant. So the blind man and the elephant is often a story that's told when people say, well, the Buddha was so ecumenical. He said that everyone only has a part of the truth and nobody has the whole truth, and all the religions are basically all true because they're all feeling the same elephant. And that's not at all what the elephant analogy refers to. So the elephant analogy is the Buddha and a king are looking at, or the Buddha is describing, I believe, a previous case where a king had blind people come look at an elephant. And since all they can do is feel the elephant, they're feeling the elephant, and each of them feels a different part. And even though it's all one elephant, the one who feels the ear thinks that it feels like a big leaf. The one who feels the tail thinks it feels like a rope. The one who feels the leg says it feels like a pole. I can't remember the other stuff. One who feels the belly, I think, thinks it feels like a barrel, and so on and so forth. What's always quite often missing from this whole discussion when you sort of read about it on the internet is that the Buddha himself and the king are standing there looking at the elephant, right? And what's being criticized is that the blind people who can't see the whole picture then debate each other about whether or not an elephant is like a pole or a rope or a barrel or this and this and this and this and this. And he's criticizing them for not looking at the whole picture and debating all of this stuff that is only a part of the picture when they're having the debates. So there's elements of what each one is saying that are correct. But because they can't zoom out and see the bigger picture, they can't tell how it is that these things are related to each other. What's missing from this description is the Buddha has zoomed out and the Buddha looks at the whole picture. And in this case, the king is also watching, right? So when the implication is when you have the whole picture, you're not going to debate about all this stuff that you know is people just debating about having a more limited set of information about what's going on, because that just seems silly, right? Those sorts of debates wouldn't mean anything. So the analogy of the elephant is the analogy of the Buddha saying, well, you're right, it is like a pillar, and it is like a rope, and it is like a barrel, and it is like this, and it's like this, and it's like this. But the reason you're having all these debates amongst each other is because you can't see the whole picture and I can. It doesn't mean you're dishonorable. It doesn't mean that what you're saying isn't true to some degree. But because you can't see the whole picture, you don't know what to do next. You don't know exactly the right course of action to take because you don't know the nature of the elephant, and I do. So the Buddha is basically saying, I have the correct information because I have the bigger picture, and other systems that are honorable and good have part of the picture, and they're leading people perhaps in directions that aren't bad. But because the information is incomplete, they can't lead to liberation. And this is at the time of the Buddha. Now remember, since then, the Taoists in China, for example, have been interacting with the Buddhists for hundreds of years and taking stuff out of Buddhism and incorporating it into their practices. And there are indications that there are certain Hindu schools that have done the same, and so on and so forth. So the unique piece in particular, the very, very unique piece, which is the wisdom aspect of Buddhism, although we could point to a number of other things, this wisdom aspect of selflessness and emptiness, if these other schools were to take that piece and incorporate it, then, if they're incorporating the antidote to suffering from, to the antidote that stops suffering that's unlimited coming from all time, right, into their system, maybe they're missing some of the other pieces, but if they have that piece, they're doing okay. they're doing all right. And so what exactly was happening at the time of the Buddha becomes, I think, less interesting and less important than looking at the whole history of what's happened since then. Okay, Talk asks about the historical connection between the Buddha and Tibetan Tantra. So this is not my academic opinion, because the academic view is that Tantra came about much later. But my personal opinion, based upon both lineage teachings and thinking things through quite carefully, is that I believe the Buddha did teach Tantra. And I think that Tantra, in addition to being taught by the historical Buddha, even according to the Tantras, comes also from other Buddhas revealing themselves to practitioners and giving them advice on what to do. And that seems to me to be, within the systems themselves, an entirely valid way for these things to be improved upon, and so on and so forth. So the Tibetan Tantras, basically, roughly speaking, they come from the Indian Tantras, the Indian Buddhist Tantras. And again, roughly, sort of generally speaking, those are mainly coming through, I believe it's the Bengali tradition and the Indian tradition coming out of Nalanda, and I'm forgetting the Bengali one's name. What is the name? No, it's not coming. But anyways, I think at the time that these things were being transmitted to Tibet, there were like 3 really, 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 really large Buddhist monasteries that were holding various aspects of these practices and holding various lineages, and they passed them to the Tibetans. So these are coming straight out of the high Indian Buddhist tradition. And then the Tibetans, of course, are adding their own commentaries and arranging them in various ways. And in some cases, they're having experiences where they're interacting with Buddhas and adding practices, or they're discovering new things, etc., etc. So that's in general the relationship there. Dylan asks if I've read the book Mindfulness in Plain English. I don't think I have. Invoking Vajras asks if Jesus could have been an incarnation of Kishtigarbha. I don't know. I addressed that a little bit earlier in the stream. I'm not sure. Pell asks, what's the relationship between shunyata and emergent behavior? Are they the same? Fascinating with the phenomenon of emergent behavior is what made me discover Buddhism. I think it's cool. Okay. So I hope you're still here, Pell. Emergence or supervenience is a fascinating subject in philosophy. It is the recognition in philosophy that this is not a cup. There's no cup there when you look at the parts. And yet, somehow, when the parts come together, there's a cup. None of the parts are a cup. And in fact, it's not the whole collection that makes it a cup, because I could get rid of a significant number of parts before this would stop being a cup. So since it's not the collection of parts and it's not the individual parts that makes it a cup, where's the cup? How does it get there? Well, how is it existing? And so one solution is to say, well, it's emergent, whatever that means. It just somehow it emerges. We can't really talk about it. We don't really know what's going on. But somehow, because of the parts, this new thing called a cup emerges, even though it's not the parts, and even though it's not this specific collection, because we could get rid of this part of it, for example, and we could put a new one on and it stays a cup. And we could get rid of a whole bunch of the atoms making up the cup, and it would still be a cup. So it's not this specific collection or something, right? Furthermore, they would say, well, it supervenes. It's not the parts, but it's something that's sort of on top of, or whatever, pervading, or the parts. And so this is, I think, sort of an admission on the part of Western thought, where we're just saying, well, we don't really know where these things come from, but somehow they get there, and they're not the parts that make them up. They're these new qualities and new properties, and they're not the things themselves. But since we can't really figure out where they come from, we're just going to say that they emerge, or they supervene on top of what's there. And the Buddhists do have an explanation for this. They say, a cup is a relationship. It's a number of different relationships. So when you look for the cup as if it were something that isn't a relationship, you don't find it. The cup is not the word cup. The cup is not the concept of the cup. The cup is not the function of cups, which is something that we add to the cup. Can somebody handle whatever's happening at the bottom of the chat? The cup is not the parts, because we can replace the parts. The cup is not something independent of the parts, because if we get rid of all the parts, we lose the cup. So it's not the parts, and it's not independent of the parts. Right? And it's not separate from the cup, because if the cup was something utterly independent and separate from the cup, you wouldn't know a cup was here. Like, cups would just appear randomly in space, and that never happens. So it's not something separate from the cup. It's not amongst the parts of the cup. It's not the parts themselves. It doesn't pervade all the parts. If the thing that made it a cup pervaded all the parts of the cup, then when I took the handle off, I would have two cups, wouldn't I? Because this part would be pervaded by the thing that makes it a cup, and this part would also. So I would have two cups. As a matter of fact, every atom that made it up by itself would be a cup if the thing that made it a cup pervaded all the parts. So it's not something that pervades the parts. It's not one particular part. It's not the collection of parts. Where is this cup thing? It's a relationship. The reason you can't find it existing as one particular entity is because that's not what a cup is. A cup is a relationship. It's a relationship between subject and object. It's a relationship between cause and effect. And it's a relationship between parts and wholes. It's not an entity existing independent of dependent origination and relationship. You see? So this has everything to do with this idea of emergence and supervenience. The cup doesn't just emerge magically from the parts or something. The cup comes into being as a relationship between the basis upon which you're imputing something and the concept and term you're imputing on the thing. And when those two come together in a way that's valid, cause and effect, parts and whole, subject and object. When these things come together in a way that's valid, and this can actually function according to the meaning of the term, cup, then the relationship is a cup. But none of the parts of the relationship independent of the relationship are a cup. Like I said, the concept isn't the cup, the meaning of the concept isn't the cup, the conceptual image isn't a cup, the sound of the word cup isn't the cup, the letters making up the term aren't a cup, none of the parts are the cup. There's not something pervading all the parts that's a cup. There's not something among the parts that's a cup. There's not something outside the cup that is a cup. There is no atomistic reductive way to say this thing is the real cup. The only way you get a cup is by looking at relationships, not by looking at individual atomistic reductive elements making something up. That's the meaning of dependent origination. A cup dependently arises. What does this mean? It means that it's a bunch of relationships. You have to look at a bunch of relationships working together to explain what a cup is and how it exists. And if you throw those relationships out and say, no, we're not doing that. We need to find the real cup thing existing in the cup. There's no such thing. Even though your perception says, no, the cup is right here, has nothing to do with anything else, has nothing to do with relationships, has nothing to do with consciousness, has nothing to do with me. I just happened to walk in the room and there was a cup. That's not how it is. And you can prove that pretty easily, as we just did in 5 minutes, right? Okay. Lewis asks if Tantra is only taught in person. Tantra is something for advanced practitioners. Tantra only works if you've been training in non-tantric sutra methods for a long time. Generally speaking, yes, Tantra is something that you learn in person with a real human being. And you can get empowerments and things online now, but it's highly recommended that you get that in person first. And you need, again, you don't want to jump into Tantra. Tantra has a lot of vows. You need to keep the vows if you take them. In addition to that, it has commitments. You need to keep the commitments that you take. And the seriousness of not doing that is beyond description, absolutely beyond description. You have to keep your commitments, period. This is really, really serious. So if you don't think it's that serious, you shouldn't be doing it. Or if you think it's all hobbledy-gobbledy, whatever, we can do what we want, I'm just going to kind of take it and see how it goes, you're fucked. You are absolutely fucked. Not like a little fucked. You are seriously fucked. The only way that Tantra works is if you train in a lineage for a long time, you learn how all the moving parts of that lineage work, you develop the actual path minds that are that lineage in terms of renunciation, compassion, bodhicitta, all of the elements making up the path. And then those things are the engine, the power, the force that makes Tantra actually work when you get into Tantra. Okay? So, generally speaking, Tantra is not something you should seek out and try to get into. It's something that you train in lineage for a long time, and then your teachers say, yeah, you should do this now. Or it just sort of comes around to you because you're in the lineage and you're training in it. And even then, you should have some hesitation about getting into it. Okay. Peace for Nations. Okay, that's directed at someone else in the chat. Mountain says, because we dismantled the I, is it wise to meditate on the sentiment that I've never made a decision? You have made a decision. Here's the thing. You do have a self. In the same way that we looked at the cup and we couldn't find the cup existing the way that we think it exists, because we think the cup's out there and it's not a bunch of relationships. It's just a cup, and that kind of has nothing to do with you and me and blah blah blah. When you look at yourself, that's how you look at yourself too, as if you exist that way. You don't exist that way, but you do exist as a bunch of relationships, as a dependent arising. So you, as a dependent arising, are making decisions. You're deciding stuff, you're doing things. However, the you that doesn't exist as a dependent arising has never decided anything because it doesn't exist. But since you exist as a dependent arising, that's the you who's been making all the decisions. Right? You get it? So the I that is independent of causality, independent of relationality, doesn't exist. So that one has never done anything, has never decided anything, has never gone anywhere. It has never, right? It's just not there. It's not something real. The I that is a bunch of relationships, causes and effect, parts and whole, a dependent arising, is you, the real you. And that you has been making all the decisions and doing stuff. Xiao Cheng asks about the Dalai Lama incident. I mean, if you actually go and you watch that whole thing with, I mean, first of all, it was kind of a teasing thing. Secondly, there's a whole thing about tongues in the Tibetan tradition. Third, when you look at the mother's reaction, she was like overwhelmingly happy about the whole situation. Like it's a pretty. The reason it I think died a very quick death in the media is because it was kind of a nothing burger. So I would just recommend looking over all of the details of the incident for yourself. Mugao asks, each polytheistic religion has their own sun god or goddess, but does that deity shine for everyone or for the people of that specific culture? Well, I think there's a difference between the physical sun and the deity associated with the sun, right? So devas, from a Buddhist perspective, they can abide in sort of, you could say, a virtual space inside physical objects, but they aren't the physical object itself, generally speaking. They can also emanate as various physical objects, but the sun itself is not a deity. There are deities associated with celestial objects, but they aren't the deities themselves aren't those objects. Um, so yeah, that's what I'd say about that. Junior Varela asks to define enlightenment. So enlightenment is defined a little bit differently in each school of Buddhism. Um, Broadly speaking, they all agree that a Buddha is omniscient, but then they disagree on what the definition of omniscient is. And there were, I think, at least five, maybe 7 or 8 different schools on what they thought omniscient means and what how omniscience functions. And I fall on the far end of the spectrum in terms of the views that are on offer. And I actually, in the most recent video I did, Buddhist PhD responds video, where I'm responding to Ravi Zacharias, I have a whole argument in that video where I'm talking about why it is that I think the most extreme position, you could say, or the least conservative position in terms of the Buddha's omniscience is the correct one. So you can watch that on your own if you like. And then as for the other qualities, a Buddha has the most power that any being can have in terms of stuff a Buddha that a being can do. It has the most knowledge any being can have. It has the most compassion any being can have. A Buddha, in brief, is the perfection of all good qualities and the removal of all negative qualities. If there is a good quality that can be attained, a Buddha has it. If there is a negative quality that can be removed, a Buddha has removed it. So a Buddha is an absolutely perfected being in terms of every possible good quality you could accumulate, and is a perfected being in terms of every negative quality having been removed that can be removed, which is all of them, by the way. So that's the view in brief. the Tibetan word for Buddha is Sangye, and the two syllables mean perfection of all good qualities, removal of all negative qualities. That's what a Buddha is. Joe Quinn, I'm glad to hear that. Still do reach out to me, though. Let's talk a little bit, okay? Um, let's just talk, you and me, a little bit. We can get on camera or get on the phone or just chat, whatever you're comfortable with. Because, yeah, this is part of the function of the community, right? Part of the reason that we do so much better together is that we help each other. We help each other get over the bad stuff. We reinforce the good stuff that happens. We make progress because together we're better. When we're alone, quite often we do much worse than if we're with other people and those people are good people. As they say in entrepreneurial circles sometimes, you are the 6 people that you spend the most time with. In Buddhist texts, they say, if you spend time with non-virtuous friends, people who are doing a lot of harmful things, and you're not a very good practitioner, you'll end up doing a lot of harmful things. And if you spend time around practitioners, you'll see that your good qualities, especially if they're at your level or above, you'll see that your good qualities continuously increase and your negative qualities continuously decrease. So having good friends and companions on the path is very important. Jay Varela asks, why do you think your masters did not achieve enlightenment? What was missing from their practice? I'm not sure what you mean by that question. People are still asking about the Discord. If you could put the Discord link in the chat one more time. Someone asked me to respond to Paul Williams, former baptized scholar who apostatized. You could just put, if you want me to respond to stuff, go to the Discord and put it in the please respond to this category on the Discord. That'd be really helpful because I can't keep track of all this stuff as it comes in real time. I would like to respond to Stephen Batchelor at some point because some of the arguments that he makes for why he went the secular route are not simply that he was making a personal choice, but that he thinks basically all the other Buddhists are getting it wrong. And the reasoning that he uses for that, I think, is quite questionable. Yeah. I won't say more about that for now. I'm going to do a video sometime in the next couple of months on Hindu views of Buddhism, on Ambectorite Buddhism, and a few other issues of Buddhism, sort of as it relates to the Indian subcontinent. So that is coming. Am I familiar with Ibsen's A Dollhouse? I am not. Why not Jesus if Jesus has a much cleaner record? From a Buddhist standpoint, in his last rebirth, the Buddha committed no evil karmas, no wrong deeds. From a sort of modern liberal standpoint, you might make certain arguments about things you didn't like that the Buddha did from an ethical standpoint. But from a Buddhist standpoint, the Buddha accumulated no evil karmas whatsoever. So just like Jesus, according to the Buddhist canon, the Buddha is a completely ethically pure being in his last rebirth. Since that's the case, the argument that Jesus had a pure final rebirth and therefore he's superior to Buddha doesn't make sense from a Buddhist point of view. Again, if you're a secular Buddhist, you can't make these kinds of arguments. But if you're a religious Buddhist, you can feel quite confident in making these kinds of arguments. This is also in the Ravi Zacharias video, by the way. If you watch the one, the part 2, Buddhist PhD responds to Christian arguments, there's a whole bunch of arguments I make that are basically religious Buddhist arguments where I'm saying, well, okay, yeah, if you were a secular Buddhist, you wouldn't be able to make these arguments. But as a religious Buddhist, you could say The Buddha was complete. The Buddha had a miraculous birth, just like Jesus had a miraculous birth. The Buddha's birth was not an ordinary birth by any stretch of the imagination. The Buddha performed all sorts of miracles, including walking on water, including, I didn't put that on the video, but the Buddha was considered to be an omniscient being. Like it goes on and on and on. All of the things that Christians claim for Jesus, besides a couple of things, you could claim for the Buddha from a Buddhist perspective. The other thing is the sort of major miracle that some Christians will claim for Jesus is that, well, any miracle can be done by evil forces except for control over life. Life is the purview of God, and this is the only miracle that can't be faked, is control over life. In other words, the resurrection of Jesus and bringing people back from the dead and so forth during Jesus' lifetime. However, in the Buddhist canon, there's an entire, in the Tibetan canon, for example, and even in recent history, there's an entire class of practitioner who come back from the dead. There is a name for this. I posted it in the comments section in the community section on YouTube. You can look it up. There's an entire class of practitioners who come back from the dead, where they are clinically dead, come back from the dead, and then teach practices and give teachings that are based upon them having encountered whatever they encountered while dead, right? So the miracle of the resurrection, I'm even comfortable, like, in a sense, sort of like if it was a, how to say, if it was like a battle of who's got the better whatever, right? I'll give you the resurrection of Jesus and still say no thank you, because I've got like 50 guys who are like Jesus already, who came back from the dead and gave teachings about truth. So if the criteria you want as a Christian is that you have a guy who came back from the dead and that proves he has control over life and death and that proves whatever he's saying must be true, I've got 50 people for you or more. There's an entire class of practitioner in the Tibetan canon who came back from the dead. There are also a few who raised people from the dead. So I've got all the miracles you want of all kinds, right? If you're a faithful Buddhist and you believe all this stuff, we can go tit for tat on miracles, and I think the Buddhist canon comes out ahead, like by a long shot, because these things happen more recently. So we have better attestation, because the Christian thing is, well, we have all the disciples and blah, 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 and all the historical arguments. Fine. Take it all. But by the way, this has been happening in Buddhist history for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and some of them are still happening and have happened within the last couple hundred years, and we have attestation of them. So if that's your criteria, I've got like 10 other people. And you might go, okay, well, how good is the attestation and this and this and this? And that's kind of not the point. Because the attestation for Jesus, you could still raise all these questions. Sure, you could raise all these questions with the attestation on the Buddhist side too. But if you're a faithful Buddhist and you think these things are real, and you think you know that how these communities operate, and you know they wouldn't make this kind of stuff up, then you kind of go, well, so again, going tit for tat on the faith issue, if you have some faith in the Buddhist stuff, you're going to believe this stuff is real. So again, I've got like 10 other people or 50 other people that are doing the same things that you claim make someone reliable. So why would I go with your guy instead of the 50 guys that I've got? Right? 50 guys and girls, right? Why would I do that? It makes no sense. So I'll give you Jesus's resurrection even, which is the one miracle they say is unique, and the one miracle that proves it all, and the one miracle that makes it obviously he must be the truth because nobody else can do this. I've got like 100 other people or 50 other people who can do this. We even have a name for it. And if it's the one miracle that can't be faked, then shouldn't you be believing what we're saying instead of us believing what you're saying? Right? Like, you can make these kinds of arguments. They're kind of rhetorical arguments because neither side's going to agree with each other, right? But at least as a Buddhist, I can go, I can feel a little more comfortable about the situation, And I hope that some of you hearing this will go, oh, wow, I didn't know that. Maybe I can feel comfortable too, right? Because these are the sorts of arguments that Christians will bring when they're trying to challenge you and trying to take you off the path. And I say this as a person who has great respect for Christian theology and Christian philosophy and Christian practice, actually. Okay. Mm, Andriano says, what are your thoughts on the common claim that no variety of Buddhism has a concept of self? I already covered that in this stream. We do have concepts of self. Mr. Chi asks if the Buddha had a PhD in Buddhism. I think if the Buddha was alive, he would have an honorary PhD from a major university. He certainly had recognition from the major authorities of his time as being an extremely capable intellect. If you read, for example, the Brahmajala Sutta from the Pali Canon, they have 62 different views where the Buddha simply sat down and recited the 62 different views that were occurring in the culture at that time and described them in some detail and described what he thinks is wrong with each one of them. So this is like an extraordinarily accomplished scholarly mind that can take a huge amount of information from the surrounding culture, boil it down to just like 62 things that are pretty comprehensive, even by today's philosophical standards, and say, here's what I think is incomplete or wrong about these views. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment. Asura says, why not Buddhism? Why not indeed? Dive in. Asura asks if Jesus disturbs me. No, I like Jesus. Yeah, real and television's going on about the Tibetan thing. Like there's like in Tibetan culture, for example, as strange as it sounds to us, um, well, I don't know. I don't want to get into all the details, but there's just a bunch of funny things in their culture about tongues, and it's just not considered to be a sexual thing in their culture. Uh, okay. My friends, we have a lot of inter-chat commentary again. I'm having trouble finding the questions. Please do, if you want to talk to each other, go to the Discord and talk there. Don't talk here in the chat, otherwise I can't find the questions. What do you think accounts for I'm not sure what you mean by aniconic. You mean just different from how we have them now? I mean, the conventions of art are the conventions of art, and I think if you look at the various ways the Buddha is depicted across the ages, the Buddha is depicted according to the conventions for art at the time, as also influenced by the history of art from that particular culture or region or what have you. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's more to do with art than to do with anything really important for practice. Although I think it is important that representations of the Buddha, these cultures have done their best, for example, to represent the Buddha in terms of how to say, um, how to say, these representations of the Buddha. Quite often, these cultures have done their very best to take the qualities that are described that a Buddha must have from the canon and to put them into some representational form. And that's quite different, for example, from what an AI does when it produces an image of a Buddha, where it's not the AI is not relying upon the canonical description of what a Buddha should be like and doing its best to interpret that and produce an image. It's just slop. And so what's presented, for example, like a Buddha's image, for example, typically has 3 lines on its throat. And the reason for this, in my understanding, is that the 3 lines on the throat of a Buddha represent ethics, concentration, and wisdom. So the image of a Buddha with having 3 folds on it on his throat represents the trainings in ethics, concentration, and wisdom. And the the earlobes that are stretched and have a large hole represent the renunciation in terms of pleasures of the material world, and dozens and dozens and dozens of other things. And so those images are extremely rich. A Buddha's image is an extremely rich thing. And from a karmic point of view, if we're taking the standpoint that a Buddha is a being who has trained for hundreds and thousands and millions of lifetimes to appear in a particular way to benefit us, the way that a Buddha appears is not a random thing. If a Buddha is an emanation if the Shakyamuni Buddha is an emanation, then that appearance is completely deliberate. So all these qualities that a Buddha's body has, in terms of birthmarks, in terms of how their nails are, in terms of how how many folds are on their neck, et cetera, is not just an accident of their birth. If we are to believe the canon, the Buddha either selected his mother's womb extremely carefully so that he would look a certain way and have the certain qualities and all this stuff, or the Buddha is in fact an emanation of a highly accomplished being and has no normal process of rebirth at all, actually. So if that's the case, then a Buddha is the image of a Buddha is not just sort of artistic license. The image of a Buddha is a very carefully crafted image that's meant to impact sentient beings and help them in a certain way. And so it's not, all of these ways of representing a Buddha are the best attempts of these cultures to capture all of those qualities. Okay. I've heard the name Longchen Rabjam, I think, but I don't know it. A lot of conversation in the chat still. Please do take that to the Discord. The chat should be questions for me or comments directed to me to reply to the comment. What does the okay? Andriano asks, what does the doctrine of vacuity imply? Yeah, people who misunderstand emptiness think that it means nihilism or absolute relativism, which is false. There is no way to prove. This is one of the most detailed and important subjects in the entire Buddhist canon. Unfortunately, there's no way in like 5 minutes to explain explain that issue, right? I'm not going to be able to solve that for you on live in 3 to 5 minutes. But in brief, the simplest thing to think about is this. The Buddha said everything dependently arises. Everything is relationships. If nothing exists, what exactly is having a relationship with what? If nothing exists whatsoever, that would have been very easy for the Buddha to say. Instead, he said, I do not put forward no self whatsoever, and I do not put forward an eternal self that has the properties you think a self has. I don't put forward a cup that exists in and of itself, and I don't put forward that there's no cup whatsoever. What do I put forward? Dependent arising. That's what I put forward. So dependent arising means the cup exists as a dependent arising. It doesn't exist in and of itself, and it doesn't completely fail to exist. In brief, that's what we're dealing with. And since it's a dependent arising that depends upon a whole bunch of relational factors to come into existence, it can't be anything. This can't be a giraffe. right? It can't be a rubber duck. There's a whole bunch of things this could be, even with what it is right now in terms of its physical makeup. There's a whole bunch of things that this could be, right? It's not actually stuck just being a coffee mug. I could flip it upside down. I mean, I could put my keys in it and make it a key holder. I could flip it upside down and use it to capture an insect. I could make it an insect cage. There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of things this could be used for, but there are probably way, way, way more things this object could not be. So dependent arising doesn't mean that anything can be anything. It means that things are a little bit more flexible than you think, but it's not infinitely flexible, actually. So it's not non existent and it's not infinitely flexible. You have to get rid of both of those ideas if you want to understand dependent arising. Okay. Okay, my friends, it is time once again for my shameless commercial break. So, I do all this for free, but I do, in fact, put in maybe 80 or 100 hours a week. And because of that, there's no time to do anything else. So, if you're getting some value out of this, there's a bunch of ways to contribute so that I can carry on doing this for free for everyone. You can make a donation using the GoFundMe or Venmo link in the description for the video down below. If you want to train with me a bit more hardcore, I have a community on School. All of the resources that are on my School course are available for free, but I'm building a community of meditators who will support each other, train in my techniques, and will also eventually support each other in doing long-term retreat. So once we get about 100 members, somewhere between 100 and 200 members on the School, then financially we can afford to support each other in putting a few of our members, maybe around 25 or so, into retreat each year for a really reasonable amount of money. Most people's monthly expense, for 10 days of their monthly expenses, maybe like $700. Between 100 of us, that's $7 to put them into retreat for 10 days, right? So if you'd like to do a bit of more hardcore training, you can find the School course and the people that are signing up for that. I spend a lot of time helping those people because, one, by financially contributing, you make it possible for me to teach everyone else for free. And two, those people are showing me and telling me they want to train more hardcore, and I'm going to support you in doing that for sure. And then also, we're building a community. So that community can help each other financially to do more retreats, which is a long-term dream of mine. I want practitioners from around the world who are living in the real world to be able to do more long-term retreat. And this is the best way I could figure out how to do it. I mean, how else financially are you going to afford in your life to go into retreat for a month? I mean, be realistic. But if your monthly expenses are $2,000, 2,000 US dollars, and there's 200 of us, we all would chip in $10. $10, it's like a Starbucks and a bagel. So for the cost of a Starbucks and a bagel, all of us chipping in could send you into retreat for a month when you needed to do that practice. Maybe you needed to meet a certain requirement for your tantric practice. Maybe you wanted to do a 30 days of Goenka. Maybe whatever. Right? I mean, you need to spend a year or two in the community. I need to know that you're serious in terms of my techniques so that you know what you're doing. 30 days in retreat is a long time. And I would need to talk to your particular lineage and school to make sure that wherever you're doing that retreat, you have approval to do it and they think it's a good idea for you to do it, and so on and so forth. But those things notwithstanding, the community would be, I'm designing the community and building up the community to be able to support each other doing long-term retreat. So that's a great way to contribute, and that's what I'm doing on the School. Oh, yeah. And then the last bit, super exciting. Please do. You can chip in on YouTube. You can do all of that. But also, I'm building a course and helping Neil Ripsky, who's a Shaolin lineage holder. That's pinned in my comment in the chat. if you want a physical discipline and the energy body training system that goes along with your meditation practices as a Buddhist, the Shaolin Temple has a whole host of practices that are meant to make your body very strong, very flexible, very healthy, so that you can do a lot of practice and you can do it into old age. And those practices are specifically designed to enhance your meditative capability through the exercises, even before you've sat down to do your meditation practice. So, absolutely brilliant systems. I've trained in systems like this, they really do help. But since I don't teach them, Neil Ripsky has one of these lineages, and he has decades of experience training in training people in them and training in them himself. So check out the Lohan Palm course that is coming. The website is linked in the description. Very much worth your time and effort and energy. And I desperately want those techniques to continue existing. So I'm hoping that at least one of you who finds this will go, wow, that sounds like my thing. I'm going to do that, and eventually becomes a lineage holder in those techniques, because man, if they went out of existence, that would be a loss for humanity beyond imagining. All right, my friends, back to the questions. Okay. So, appearing phenomenon is asking about basically the energy body practices. So, the tantras have all sorts of energy body practices, and again, the Shaolin approach, which is in the Lohan Palm course, when that's fully built, we're building it right now, has all of the energy body practices. So, in brief, what the benefit of those practices is, they make you more of what you already are. So if you've already cultivated your ethics, cultivated your character, developed willpower, perseverance, compassion, loving kindness, concentration, training in something like Tumo or Neidan, which is part of the in my understanding the Shaolin Lohan Palm system, you're building up vitality, chi. You're building up the stuff that makes you alive and active and forceful as an entity, and therefore having more of that allows you to do more of everything. So the reason part of the reason these practices are kept quiet is that if you give a lot of power of that kind to a person who only has bad qualities, then you just make them really bad, right? But if you carve your character and cultivate ethics and do all these other things first, then adding more power to the whole system will make you even better than you were before. So this is why, part of the reason why Tantra comes late in these systems, because you're adding more power and force to what you already are. So you need to have spent time becoming something that is worth adding more power to. Now, at the same time, you can use these systems to also cultivate your character, which is one of the benefits of sort of the non-tantric versions of these practices, like the ones you get in Shaolin. Okay. And responding to Solid HG's question, I've done a lot of those practices in the Taoist systems have all of these practices with non-tantric versions. So I have done huge amounts of those practices with people that are very, very good at teaching them and taking you through them. And I am, even as a skeptical academic kind of person, entirely convinced they are real. They're referring to real stuff. The substances you're cultivating and moving around and storing and all of this are entirely real things. And they do things to your body and they do things to your mind. And yeah. the well, I'll give you one example. Since it's late at night and there's hardly anyone here, and probably not many people will see this. So, with in my Taoist lineage, we were character. When I talk about character, I'm talking about things that aren't like ethical. When I'm talking about ethics, I'm talking about specific actions. When I'm talking about character, I'm talking about types of attitudes, motivations, intentions that you have as a person. So if you have compassion, that's part of your character. If out of compassion you save someone's life, that's an ethical action. You see what I mean? If you have a generous spirit because you cultivated the attitude of generosity, that's your character. If you then donate to charity because you have a generous spirit, that's ethics. That's engaging in action out of your good character or through your good character. You see? If you train in concentration, that becomes part of your character. How you engage with reality is with a mind that's capable of concentration. You see it? So your character is all of the mental qualities that you have as a being. And generally speaking is referring to things like on the positive side, humility, willpower, perseverance, concentration, mm, even things like your scholarly aptitude, sort of how much discernment do you have to put into your understanding of what it is you're trying to do in terms of your training. Right. Okay. So in terms of the Taoist versions of these kinds of practices that are kept secret in Buddhism fall under the heading of Neidan, and Neidan is also part of the Shaolin tradition and is part of the at least I'm almost 100% sure is part of the Lohan Palm system that Neil Ripsky teaches. That the link is now in the chat and is also in my pinned comment in the chat. So in those systems, you start with the tactile body, you become aware of your body. After you become aware of your body, you start to notice that there are there's the feeling like there are these substances in your body that you can move around. Once you have worked with moving those around and storing them and refining them and doing stuff with them inside the body, then there's enough of it that you can start moving it around outside the body. And so I became curious, and as skeptical, sort of persnickety academic mind that I have, I thought, what I need to do is see if I can, without telling someone, see if I can move these substances around that I feel that seem like very much real substances, and see if I can move them outside my body, and see if another person can feel this without me telling them that I'm about to do anything. And so, when I had enough substances stored inside the body to move them around, my wife, who doesn't do any of this and doesn't believe any of it, or very little of it, only believes very little of it. She's not Buddhist and is not Taoist and thinks quite a bit of this stuff is a little bit funny when I talk to her about it. Basically, I took some of the stuff that was stored in the lower abdomen and I ejected it out of my hand without telling her what I was doing, and in a circumstance where she shouldn't have felt any difference or known any difference. And all of a sudden, I wasn't even looking at her at the time. She goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Why? What you tell me." And she said, "Well, I feel this sensation that just moved up my whole leg and hit the top of my head, and now I feel dizzy and weird." And I went, "Okay." Right? So here's a person who doesn't believe any of this, who I didn't tell I was going to do anything, who immediately, when I start ejecting this substance from my body, feels it travel up their entire body. It hits the top of their head inside their body and makes them feel dizzy. Right? So this is one of, I don't know, a dozen or so little experiments I did of this kind to see if these substances are just a psychological thing, because that's a possibility, right? Sometimes your mind sort of fills in gaps between things. And even though let's say the two parts of it are real, like the part on the right side and part and the left are real, sort of like this, right? What shape is this? In the chat, tell me, what shape is this? Right? So this isn't any particular shape because nothing is touching, there's gaps. So what your mind does is it goes, well, there's a point that should be there and there's a line that should be there, so that's a triangle. But there's no triangle there. Also, this is round, and so is this. It's like there's definitely no triangle there. Right? There's definitely no triangle. So your mind, sometimes it looks at some pieces that are real and it fills in gaps with stuff that it thinks should be there. And that also it appears in your experience as something real. So I thought, based on this psychological effect, maybe it feels like there's substances, but what you're actually experiencing is other stuff, and your mind is filling it in as if there were substances in there that and they're not real. And nonetheless, even though they're not real, because you're touching stuff that is real, it creates physical effects and mental effects, right? This is one possibility of a number of possibilities. But I did a number of experiments with people who don't believe any of this and weren't expecting anything to happen, where I became convinced that no, these are actually, and one of my teachers did stuff with me where I was really shocked at what he could do. Where I went, no, these are actual physical substances of some kind, and they have real effects. And even if somebody doesn't know what they are and wouldn't have cared otherwise, you can affect their physical body through ejecting these substances out of your body and into theirs. So these are real things that can happen. These are real skills you can gain. In any case, working with the subtle body, working with the energies that go through the subtle body, etc., it can really improve your meditation practice a lot. And like I said, since I don't teach those and I know how beneficial they are, I have Neil's course, the Lohan Palm course, that he's helping to build, and it has the complete system for training all of this stuff. Making the body really comfortable for meditation, making you live longer as long as you don't get hit by a bus, making the body work better as you get older, which means you can do more practice for a longer period of time, and all of the energy practices which add vitality to the body and mind so that everything you do becomes more powerful, including training and concentration and so on and so forth. So this is why I'm so excited, and you're going to hear me talking about the Lohan Palm course a lot, because I don't teach these things, but I think they're really, really important for your training. Okay, moving on. Okay. What is the role of karma in spiritual progress? And is bad karma a hindrance in nirvana? If so, then how did people like Angulimala attain it? That's a good question, Varun Singh. Are you Sikh? Singhs, usually Sikh. Okay. So think about the karmic situation like this. If you had a bad tooth and somebody pulled it out, the space isn't created by removing the tooth, right? The tooth, like in this room, when I bring my cup into this space and then I remove the cup, this space itself isn't created by me removing the cup. The cup was occupying the space that was already there. You with me? So the space is there and the cup can be there or not there. The space is just there, right? Likewise, your rotten tooth is obstructing the space. The space is already there, but it takes conditions to remove the tooth. You with me? Likewise, it's going to take conditions and causes to remove ignorance, negative emotion, blah, 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 blah. You're going to need to cultivate all of these good qualities, improve your character, become ethical, become a gentleman or a gentlewoman. Um, you're going to need to cultivate loving kindness, compassion, humility, patience, perseverance, humility, a whole handful of different qualities that help you have the strength to remove the rotten tooth. Now, the result of removing the tooth is that space is now unobstructed, but the space wasn't caused by removing the tooth. Likewise, nirvana isn't caused by removing ignorance, delusion, and karma. Nirvana, you could say, is revealed through this process because you have stopped something, you have removed something. You've stopped this out of control process of rebirth, but a stopping, the removal of that, is only in by way of analogy, only revealing the space. You see? You're just revealing the space. You're not creating something through the removal of that. So where does karma come in? Karma comes in because you need to accumulate all of these causes and conditions that will allow you to remove the tooth, the rotten tooth. You need the right tool and the antiseptic and the thing to hold your mouth open, and you got to lay back on a certain kind of chair, and then you got to hire the guy or the woman who's spent years in school removing tooths without killing people, and right. So this is sort of the, how to say, this is one of the analogies that's used. So you need to create the karmic situation in which you have all of the relevant causes and conditions present because you deliberately cultivated those causes and conditions for you to be able to pull the rotten tooth out. But the result of pulling out the rotten tooth is to reveal an uncaused thing. And since it's an uncaused thing, it's permanent. And since it's permanent, it's reliable. Which means that nirvana is a permanent, reliable state of happiness, unchanging, that can't be disturbed by causes and conditions ever again. This is why nirvana is reliable. It's not a caused thing. You need causes and conditions to remove ignorance and delusion and karma, negative karma in particular. You need conditions for that. But once you've removed those things, then what results is an uncaused condition. Nothing flips over into the nirvana. The nirvana is simply that there was an obstruction there, and you removed the obstruction, and now what's left is just the absence of that obstruction, the absence of that thing that was causing the suffering. You see? That means that the result is an uncaused thing. You didn't accumulate some new set of causes that came together like this to become nirvana. There was a diluted, screwed up set of causes, and you smash that to bits, and now you're left with the uncaused result, to use a terrible turn of phrase. The uncaused result. But this isn't some mystery, right? This is actually entirely logical. The absence of a thing, the non-existence of a thing, is not caused. You have to think about this and bake it for a while and sort of let it marinate for a while. But once the penny drops on this understanding, you'll understand exactly why nirvana is reliable and is a permanent thing. This is why in the Tibetan tradition they call it a definite goodness. Nirvana is a definite goodness. It's a type of goodness that is going to be around forever. Likewise, enlightenment, omniscience in particular, the omniscience of a Buddha, comes about because after you remove ignorance, delusion, and karma, there's like these imprints that are left from those having been there. There's still some sort of remnant of those that's left over once they're gone. It's much subtler than the things themselves, but there's this remnant. That remnant is those are called cognitive obstructions. So that remnant has no power to bring about new negative emotions or new negative karma. But the fact that it's there obstructs you from being omniscient, according to the commentarial traditions and so on and so forth, right? And it's through continuing the process of realizing emptiness at a greater and deeper level and accumulating more merit, etc., that you remove these subtler and subtler obstructions. And likewise, omniscience is the result of removing something, which is why it's permanent. It's a cessation. It's removing obstruction, which is why it results in a permanent condition, an uncaused condition. And this is why Buddhahood is permanent. So this is how you prove or show, logically at least, right? We can't say yes, these are real things, because that's a different argument. But logically, we can say if these are real things and they exist this way, they are definitely permanent, definitely stable, definitely reliable. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Okay. So how did Angulimala do it? You have to purify the negative karma, to put it briefly, by causing it to ripen or by destroying it. And that's what Angulimala did. How do we relate to the cup? It's dependent arising. Okay, Mugao says, do you think much of what's discussed in Western academia about Buddhism has a lot of Christian interpretation? Do you think they're just affirming Western colonial bias? A lot of times, yes. It's better now than it's ever been. But historically, yeah, that was most of what was going on. I'm always in overthinking. Okay. You know, Scrumbo, Scrumbobulus, Scrumbobulus, sorry, Scrumbobulus. I'm not 100% sure. I've actually sort of done the, for lack of a better term, done the thinking through of the Buddhist position from the point of view of both A and B theories of time, and I think they both work depending upon what you're sort of setting out as your criteria. Um, but I tend to think the argument for presentism is better, if you were wondering. Does Buddhism tell us anything about the result of the two slit experiment? I mean, in a rough sort of way, part of my PhD work was comparing certain results from quantum mechanics with the point of view that reality is interdependent with the subject, in particular, with subjective experiences, subjective mind. And from that standpoint, you can come to the conclusion, I think, if you're starting with a special status of consciousness interpretation of quantum mechanics, you can and you sort of would actually anticipate that the results of certain physical experiments should be different depending upon what the subject can know about what's occurring in the experiment. That would follow from a Chittamatra view or a Prasangika view, because the subject and the object can't be pulled apart. They're two parts of one relationship that makes up a real thing. And since that's the case, right, it does actually logically follow that under different conditions, physically what's there changes depending upon what the subject can and cannot know. Could we have predicted based on Buddhist philosophy alone that it would be exactly like this, and that under some conditions these particles would appear as waves, and on other conditions they would appear basically as you would expect particles to behave. No, there's no correlate to exactly that thing. But there's a ton of things that are similar in various ways, like the triune liquid example, for example. The triune liquid is well, actually, it's not a great example, but there are tons of examples where, like in the Vimalakirti Sutra, for example, where Vimalakirti changes the number of chairs that are in the room, and the sutta itself says that, I think they were in Vishali, and he says that nobody else, even though basically they brought in these giant chairs that were so huge the room would have to expand in size by like some unbelievable amount, said that nobody else in the city of Vishali was affected at all by these chairs arriving in the room, and by the fact that the room more or less would have had to become larger than the city of Vishali. And there are similar things to this in physics. Not this exact example, but there are similar things to this even in relativity, where causal sequences happen differently, where objects are different shapes, et cetera, depending upon where you happen to be standing at the time. And of course, that's all based upon simply physical principles, so it's very different than what's being described in the Vimalakirti Sutra, obviously. But there are parallels, right? It's not absolutely in a different category. They're parallel in certain ways. You can understand that physically it is possible for the same event to occur differently depending upon where you happen to be standing at the time. Likewise, the people in the rest of Vishali saw Vimalakirti's house remaining the same size, nothing changed, and the people inside saw the room become enormously large, larger than the city of Vishali, and giant chairs appeared for the great bodhisattvas who happened to be in attendance to sit on, or try to sit on, depending upon who they were. Okay, since it's almost 4 in the morning where I am, I have to do lightning round to get through these questions, so I apologize if I don't give you thorough answers. So here we go. Pavlova asks, oh no, I missed one. Is there anything Buddha doesn't know? No, a Buddha knows everything. Does Dylan, why do we have so much hesitancy towards practicing sometimes? So there's the hesitancy to practice is considered to be one of 3 types of classical laziness described in the Buddhist texts. They call it a disinclination to do virtue. And the reason is that you haven't thought enough about the consequences of not practicing, and you haven't thought enough about the benefits of practicing. If you spend time doing rumination meditation on the benefits of practice and the downsides of not practicing, then you will develop more and more inclination to do practice. Juan asks, can a normal person reach nirvana, or do they have to accept it on another life unless they're willing to become a monk? According to the Tantric traditions, the Mahayana tradition, you can attain nirvana as a layperson. According to the Theravada tradition, I think you have to become a monk. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Pavlova asks, the human mind is suggestible and can imagine all sorts of things. How does Buddhism account for and mitigate this gullibility? So when you train in concentration, you are stopping that whole process. When you train in concentration, your mind's ability to generate image and hallucinate stuff becomes less. So as you get better and better and better at concentration, you can see the movements of your mind before even before something has happened. You can see the movement of mind preparing to do something, preparing to bring about an appearance of something. So the idea that, for example, that you could hallucinate recalling hundreds of past lives in infinite 3-dimensional 6 sensory detail, 3-dimensionally relived from birth to death, hundreds of lives simultaneously. The idea that you could hallucinate that, for example, practically speaking, is impossible. You can't hallucinate that. It's too much detail, too intricate. Furthermore, the state of mind in which you're having that experience is a state of mind in which hallucinations don't occur because you've if your mind moves, you know what it's doing. But yeah, as an ordinary person, of course, we are subject to all sorts of hallucinations all the time. Most of your life is hallucination. Okay, I've got to carry on because I'm running out of time. Do Ashley asks if Jesus's followers bother me? Um, they used to, but I studied a lot of theology during my master's degree, and I like Christians actually. I like Christians, especially Christians who spend a lot of time really thinking through their religion. I tend to find that Eastern Orthodox practitioners and Catholics I can usually have really good conversations with. Some evangelicals too, but I don't know. Quite often it's the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox who have a very, very deep and rich theological. I don't know how to put it. It there's a different sort of. I don't know. I think it may also be because their theological position allows for other things to be true and beneficial, even though they don't take you all the way. In some, I think the Catholic view is basically what is it called? An inclusivist position in which they see other things as being true but not complete. So, I mean, this just opens a lot more doors for having interesting conversations. Furthermore, if you study Christian theology, you will understand the nature of omniscience, for example, much better, and the problems and the concerns that you should have about what omniscience is, and blah, 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 blah. You know, they're dealing with a lot of the same problems because Buddhas are like infinite beings with infinite knowledge and the greatest possible amount of power, and all of these sorts of issues similar to the issues you're dealing with a creator God. So studying those things can be quite helpful. Okay. Xiaoheng asks, my struggle is hypothetically a teacher can be right about everything verifiable but wrong about the unverifiable. My approach to this, as I've said, is don't just rely on the yogis. Go to the scientific research into children with past life memories. Read that research. Go to, in the last 8 years or so, 10 years, there's been really good improved research on near-death experience. Go read that research. And also look at special status of consciousness interpretation of quantum mechanics. And also look at the philosophical experiments you can do on yourself in regards to the hard problem of consciousness. If you combine these before you've even talked to your gurus, I think most reasonable people, having looked at the abundance of evidence in these 4 areas, will come to feel that at least you have good justification. Maybe it's still not true, possibly, right? There's some possibility that it's still not true, but at least you have really good reason and justification for thinking it is true. So that gets you, let's say, to 90% confidence instead of wherever you are now, 50-50. Okay. Oop, sorry. So Loki asks if there's a good book for a Westerner to better understand Buddhism. Unfortunately, there's not. If you'd like to better understand Buddhism, the best thing to do is find a lineage that is a complete lineage of practice. And in that lineage of practice, they'll be studying certain texts and certain books and certain resources. And you should go study a book with a living lineage that knows what the book means. Because if you just read these things, you'll maybe have a bunch of new ideas, but whether or not those ideas are Buddhist or not, whether or not you've arrived at the correct conclusions, is a big question mark. So my frequent and vehement recommendation again and again is find an actual lineage of practice, either online or in person. Study the texts that they're actually studying in that lineage at that time, and talk to people who are practitioners in that lineage. And that's how you'll come to understand what this stuff is. Other than that, I think very difficult to understand what these things are and what they mean. Dylan asks if the Shaolin course, the Lohan Palm course that's linked in the pinned comment below, if that requires prerequisites. No, it does not. No prerequisites required. Xiaoheng asks at what point I was able to fully accept rebirth and infinite lives for a fact. You know, it's not one thing. The research from Virginia about children with past life memories, when I actually read the research, really helped. Near-death experience research that's been done in several countries now, that's gotten really good in the last 10 years, really helped. Looking at the physics really helped. Meditation training and looking at what consciousness looks like directly in subjective experience really helped, because it looks like a non-physical thing. And the contents of consciousness, like visualized images and so forth, they don't exist anywhere in the physical universe. You can't use any instrument designed to detect physical things to detect a visualized image of a Buddha. That image is not anywhere in the physical universe whatsoever. Yes, you can measure brain activity when you're visualizing that Buddha, but if you ask, what is this image itself? And why and how can there be an image of something that appears in the experience of a person? What is that image made out of? What is the image itself made out of? Whether it's hallucination, imagination, whatever, I'll grant you that for the sake of conversation. Let's say it's completely unreal. For the sake of conversation, it's not a real thing whatsoever. What is it made out of? Because everything else that appears in reality is made out of something, right? It's made out of electrons, protons, neutrons. It's made out of stuff. And everything else in reality, we have either biological instruments that can detect them, or we have scientific instruments that can detect them, or at least detect something that allows us to, how to say? So the point is that you have these instruments that are designed to detect physical stuff. There's nothing in the universe that we know of so far, right, that can detect this picture of a Buddha that you have in your head. So the experiences that consciousness has in its private little world of experience are unlike anything else in the universe. And the stuff out of which your mind is making these images doesn't exist anywhere in the physical universe. That's really weird. And your mind does this effortlessly. You can imagine a Buddha right here. Bang, there's a Buddha imagined in front of you. So you have this instrument inside you that can generate stuff that doesn't exist anywhere in the physical universe. That's pretty fucking weird, to be blunt. So for me, I combined all of this together. And then I had certain experiences in meditation that I'm not going to talk about in public. And then my teachers did things that seemed to defy the laws of physics that I'm also not going to talk about in public, because it makes you sound like a crazy person. And I don't like it when people talk about that stuff, because it's really not the point of any of this. So through a combination of different things, I was convinced by my teachers and by my own experiences that the physical universe is definitely not all there is, and there's a lot more going on, and that the stuff that sounds like mythology when you first read it is not mythology, it's causality and skill. And yeah, that over the long term, over 20 years of thinking about it and doing practice and so on, has led me to where we are now. So Parth asks what my PhD was. So my PhD is really nerdy. So I looked at the Madhyamaka Prasangika view and I developed an epistemology for it because the Buddhist canon doesn't have an epistemological system that fits with Prasangika. The epistemological systems of Buddhism stop at the level of Sautrantika, which is two schools below where we would like to be in terms of epistemology, to be able to talk about how you know what something is after having described how it exists. So the ontology of a thing is how it exists. The epistemology of a thing is how do we know stuff about it. So Prasangika's middle way school describes things as existing basically as relationships without any inherent essence making them what they are. It's the relationships that make them what they are. But then you have the problem that if there's nothing inherently there making something what it is, how do you know what it is? That's a big question. And this problem basically wasn't dealt with in the canon at least up until 1993. And I didn't even know that someone had tried to deal with it in 1993 until I was halfway through my PhD. And then I found a wonderful book in Tibetan, spent 2 years learning enough Tibetan to translate the parts of it that I needed to do my PhD. Got the help of a professional translator, translated part of that. And then having defined how the middle way school talks about how things exist and how the middle way school talks about how we know stuff in light of the fact that it exists as relationships, I then took it and applied it to two different philosophical schools in the Western canon. So a lot of people had said that middle way thought is fictionalist, and there are two major branches of fictionalism, um, revolutionary and hermeneutic. Basically, to boil it down, the hermeneuticists say you look for the table and you can't find it, but that doesn't mean tables don't exist. It means that we're talking about all the parts that make up a table, and that's what we've always been talking about. So we don't need to throw out the idea of a table. Gosh, the AI, once again, doing more than it needs to do. We don't need to throw out tables. We just need to recognize that when we talk about tables, we're talking about all the parts of the table, and there's no inherent thing there that's a table, basically. So next, the revolutionary folks say, well, since we can't find a table existing out there, we should stop talking about the world as if there were tables in the world. And neither of those is the position of the middle way school. Those are both considered to be wrong views. So, just to keep it interesting, I chose a revolutionary fictionalist and a hermeneutic fictionalist, and both of them were doing philosophy of science. So I took Prasangika thought and Prasangika epistemology and applied it to fictionalist philosophy of science in both of the major schools of fictionalism and showed why Prasangika is not fictionalism. And also along the way applied Prasangika to a whole bunch of examples from classical Western thought and the philosophy of science to sort of bring Prasangika into the major conversations in philosophy that are being had in the 21st century, instead of keeping it sort of relegated to all of the examples we've used in the past. Music jacks. In what way do we, the observer, relate to the cup? The cup is a dependent arising. So you relate to the cup as a real thing. Cups exist. Solid is saying, just for your knowledge, Solid, I've had some very, very serious teachers, and I take my relationships with those teachers very, very seriously. So Mountain asks if I'm appearing in the Lohan course. We're still deciding on that. Sorry, hold on. Let me fix my camera. Actually, it's not going to let me fix it because the AI is too smart. Haha. Okay. Let me come over here, and then the AI will maybe get wise. Okay, we're still trying to decide on that. Um, for the meditation portion of this course, we were talking about maybe taking my 5 foundation stuff and just having that as the first part of that part of the course. It would still be available for free in the same way I'm teaching it everywhere else, but it would just be another bridge to help people who are getting into the Shaolin meditation techniques to establish their practice and sort of, all the stuff that I talk about all the time. Unfunny. What is a jhana? A jhana is a state of concentration. Juan asks, is there room for ambition? Yes, there is. Is it wrong to want to be Napoleon? I mean, if you look at Buddhist history, there are a great number of people who were very wealthy or who were very, very successful or who had a lot of accomplishment, a lot of money, a giant family, all of the conventional stuff. If you're a real person living in the real world and you have a lot of money, you can help a lot of people. If all you do is use that money to benefit yourself, then, it's kind of a big waste. But if you have a lot of money and you use it to benefit other people, this is accumulating good karma for you. It's helping those people. You can put it into monasteries. You can set up a charitable trust to make sure that stuff exists for there's a lot of stuff you can do with money. So if you want to be Elon Musk, maybe don't go to Mars. Maybe, not that there's anything wrong with trying to make us a 2-planet species, but, if you had $1 billion to throw around, maybe ensure that the teachings will continue for a long time. Okay. Is there a reason teachers would reject students? Basically, if a teacher thinks they can't help the student. Mental images could be condensed into solids. If you can condense a mental image into a solid, I'll give you $1,000. You come here and condense your mental image into a solid. Okay. I'm going through lightning round to get to the bottom of the chat because it's 4 a.m. over here. Let's see. Yeah. Buddhist approach on lust. If you're a layperson, there's a certain amount of lust that's basically okay because you're not a monk or a nun. And the texts, one of the texts, I think it's Ashwagosha, it's maybe 4th century or 6th century or something, says that if you're a layperson and you're holding vows as a Buddhist, that you can copulate with your partner, your romantic partner, up to 5 times a night. My advice to you, dear friends, if you find someone that wants to copulate with you up to 5 times a night, that's a keeper. In any case, as long as your desires aren't getting out of control and you're not hurting anyone, you're okay. Okay, carrying on through the chat. Let's see. My opinion on Buddhism, I think that most of the major schools are valid and worth practicing. I practice the Gelug tradition because the Gelug are a very scholarly tradition. And I have a sort of natural inclination to be scholarly. So if you like to get all of the details of something and all the really intricate debates and all of the little tiny minutiae of everything, the Gelug are maybe the best at this. If if you want a slightly less scholarly approach, then there are other schools that they take a they spend less time doing that. They still are very scholarly, but they spend less time on that stuff. But any of the major schools are it's good. There are some schools that are not good, like if the lineage is broken or there's major controversies or the major teachers in that lineage have ethical problems, so you want to do your homework. Xiaoheng asks about resources for Pramanavartika study. Yeah, there's a lot. What's his name? Donald Lopez, I think, has a book on Dharmakirti's work and the commentators on it. It's quite good. Jivan asks if there's no soul who accumulates the karma, the mind stream. It's mind streams are what carry karma. And you do have a self. Your self is a dependent arising. It's just not it's not an independent arising. It's a dependent arising. Your karma is also dependent arising. It comes along with the dependent arising that is the stream of consciousness that's carrying on from lifetime to lifetime, right? Right. Tibetan experience. What's the difference between Hinduism and Buddhism at the core? That's a huge question. It really depends on a lot of stuff. There's some types of Hinduism that are basically Buddhism in disguise, as far as Hindus are concerned, and some Buddhists are concerned. How does Bhairava work as a Hindu Buddhist deity? I mean, Vajra Bhairava is like a major Buddhist tantra. So you're at liberty to, if you're Buddhist, to do the Buddhist versions of those. So I don't know. It's kind of a general question. But, as I've talked about before, at least one of my teachers says that you can consider a great number of deities from a great number of places to be still within the Buddhist canon. Because if deities are actually good, and you're, for example, here in the city that I'm in, if you're needing to interact with the deities who are around, those may not be the deities from India. Those will be deities that have been here for a long time. And so, you're inviting whoever happens to be around to come and do the protector practice. Okay. I think I'll have to leave that question there for today because I've got to blaze forward. How to start meditation. So, Nikki, if you go to my meditation and mindfulness thing that I have, playlist that I have on this channel, I have the resources there for you to go through the whole process of training in meditation. And then if you want to be a bit more hardcore, in addition to those resources, you can go to the school, which is down below. And it's the same resources, but I'm building a community there of people that are training a bit more hardcore together. And people who are a part of that course also, because they're contributing month to month, allow me to do all of this like I'm doing today for free for everyone else. If nirvana is the total destruction of greed and delusion, how can a householder look at a house or a bank account and say this is mine without practicing greed and delusion? Because looking at your bank account doesn't require greed and delusion, I guess. Maybe you look at your bank account different than I do. Okay. Horned historian, how did martial arts monasteries in China develop? I'm not an expert on Shaolin and how these developed. Roughly speaking, the idea is that an Indian monk visited China and began teaching meditation, and that over time, uh, this Indian monk, Bodhidharma, um, he realized that people also needed all of this extra stuff that comes along with the practice, all these physical yogas and so on and so forth, and the energetic practices that keep the body fit and healthy so that they can do more practice. And then, yes, maybe somewhere along the way, they took these health practices, right? These practices that they make you very healthy, very strong. They give you longevity and so on and so forth. They took those practices and started using them also to do physical movements. Some of those physical movements were martial in nature because, yes, again, unfortunately, if you you're at a monastery with statues and books and food and other things that people might want to steal, it's extremely bad karma for them to steal from the monastery. But nonetheless, they don't care and they're going to turn up anyway. And so, if the monastery is a scary place for bandits to go, then they don't come and steal. And so you never have to hurt anyone. And if people know that these monks are quite skilled in fighting, then once again, people don't harm the monks or steal from the monks or whatever because they know that the consequences will be bad. So there's kind of a reasons for this, like we talked about on the live stream the other day, where if you're capable of violence, you don't have to do violence, which is a really interesting paradox about violence. Samadhi means single-pointed concentration, and dhyana are states of concentration, various states of concentration. So samadhi, I believe, is the more general term, and dhyana has a bunch of different categories. Dylan asks, what would be the implications of such a device existing? Could we extract anything? Again, there is no such thing, and if you could do that, I would pay you a lot of money. You come here, visualize a gold coin, and make a gold coin on my table, and I'll give you a lot of money. Okay. Horned historian. Has there been any more bias in terms of sexual identity in Buddhism that exists in societies prior to? I'm not an expert on this, so I don't have a strong opinion on it. But generally speaking, if you look at the earliest layer of Buddhist thought, it basically, in terms of sexual ethics, it just says, don't cheat on anyone, don't abuse anyone. And that includes most of the normal things you would think of in terms of cheating and abuse, like, not sleeping with a young man or a young woman still under the protection of their family, which is loosely defined, but is basically referring to minors, right? And to not cheat on someone if someone's already in a relationship, and to not cheat on your relationship with someone else, and a couple of other things, right? So the earliest layer of the material we have is basically just saying don't abuse anyone and don't cheat on anyone. So someone is asking, Envil Daniel is asking about the Sakya lineage. Sakya lineage has good roots. There's no conflict between being a layperson and gaining realizations. There's no conflict between having kids and gaining realizations. Marpa, for example, who taught Milarepa, who's one of the greats, Marpa had kids. He owned an estate. He was married. So Marpa was a family man. And in addition to being a great tantrika, the man who sort of, in a sense, spiritually gave birth to the one and only Milarepa, who everyone knows. In addition to this, look at examples like Venerable Atisha's primary student, not Gampopa. Gampopa was further down the line. What's his name? Dromtompa was a layperson. If you look through the history of Buddhism in whatever country it lands in, and including the time of the Buddha, at the time of the Buddha, there were some of his students who were great practitioners of meditation. So there's no conflict between being a family person and being a greatly accomplished practitioner. Horned Historian asks about the domain of deities. Yeah, basically the way that Buddhism describes certain classes of deities is that they watch over certain areas. So they may be watching over a forest or a city or a lake or you know they are sort of looking over certain areas, and then there are deities above those and deities above those looking over larger and larger areas. And this is how it seems when you look at the text. Amida Bool asks about the Pure Land tradition. In my opinion, Pure Land's fantastic. Pure Land, despite having a bit of a bad reputation in online circles for some reason, people go, "Oh, that's not the real thing," or what. It's very well attested in the sutras, and it's well attested in the tantras, so that you have a huge swath of resources in the primary materials saying this is a real thing. Buddhas can, in fact, help you take rebirth in heavenly realms, and as long as you have the other conditions met to enter those heavenly realms, they are wonderful places to complete your practice. Even in the Theravada tradition, there's this idea of pure lands in which highly accomplished practitioners can go to these places to finish their practice. It's a bit different than the pure lands, but it's not completely unlike what we're talking about in the Mahayana. So I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a valid form of practice. And on that note, if you'd like to make those practices more profound, what will help make them more profound is more training in meditation, so that your mind is even more sharp, even more capable, even more forceful when you're doing your practices. Shao Heng, I don't know what Bliss and Wisdom is. If that's an organization or something, I've never heard of it. Nerstos says, I'm not sure whether to be Hindu or Buddhist. Can you give me some insight on Buddhism? Obviously, I think Buddhism is correct. Otherwise, I'd be Hindu, right? Can I convince you that I'm right about that in the 20 seconds I have to answer this question? No. I can't do that. uh, but I think Buddhism is correct, for more correct, let's say, slightly more correct, because Hinduism and Buddhism share a lot in common. And I think what makes the difference is if you study dependent arising and if you study emptiness and selflessness, that this is the key piece, that even if you were Hindu, for example, and a greatly accomplished Hindu practitioner, that adding this piece onto your Hindu practice would make all the difference, because this is the real beating heart of Buddhism. Okay. I would appreciate if you gave my super chat. Which super chat? You're talking about the one about mental images? I've given the mental image one quite a bit of attention. I mean, the thing is, you can't take your visualized mental image and turn it into a physical thing. That's not a possibility that exists in reality. The winds will collect. Things like prana and so forth will collect where you put your visualizations. But we've done tests, for example, on great Qigong masters who can move the winds around and all of this. And in terms of all the research, the stuff you're moving around is not protons, electrons, and neutrons. It's not the electromagnetic field of the body. It's not something detectable in the physical world. So these substances that I call sub-physical substances, like the ones I said I played around to see if my wife could feel them or not, right? Which is part of what convinced me they're not just a psychological thing, are not something detectable by physical instruments. So they're not physical substances. So the idea that you're going to do visualizations and turn these sub-physical substances into physical ones, I think, I mean, great yogis maybe can do something along these lines, but normal people, no. Definitely no. Okay, horned historian. What did Thang Tong Rinpoche do? I don't know Thang Tong Rinpoche. What were his teachings? I don't know. I don't know that person. Don't worship the wrong deities when you're. Yep, yep. Okay. Unfunny asks, how do you enter and remain in jhana? So you need to ascend the stages of concentration training until all of the faults of concentration have been eliminated. That's how you enter into jhana. So how do you go through those steps and stages? You go through those steps and stages by first eliminating distraction, then eliminating mental dullness, and then, roughly speaking, because there's some details I'm leaving out, but then you get rid of subtle distraction, then you get rid of subtle dullness, so that the mind is extremely stable, extremely lucid, and then you have to spend a lot of time in that state of mind, until your mind stops applying antidotes when it doesn't need to the problems that are occurring in meditation, because you don't have the problems anymore. That's called non-application. And then once you have a flawless state of concentration in which your mind is not inappropriately applying antidotes to what's happening, then you rest in that effortless state of or that effortful state of perfect concentration until it becomes effortless. And then after it becomes effortless, then at that point, finally, you have attained jhana when mental and physical bliss starts occurring. So it's a bit of a process. It's a long road. Today's long stream very live. Yeah, this is Q&A. I try to make it all the way through. So Envil Daniel asks, if marriage is fine and having kids is no problem, then why don't other lineage holders marry? They do. I mean, if you look at some Rinpoches and so forth from the other traditions, sometimes they do marry. And in various traditions, you find great practitioners who are lay people. If you're around for a while and you talk to practitioners who have been around for a while, they'll tell you that there are practitioners in these lineages who aren't monks or nuns, and nonetheless they show signs at the time of death, like Tukdam or what have you, that shows that they've accomplished a great deal in their practice. Is karma emphasized less in East Asian Buddhism? East Asian. What are you referring to with East Asia? I mean, just in general, every school of Buddhism says that karma is real. The only schools that don't say that are the secular modern ones. These all emerged in like the last 50 years. Every traditional school of Buddhism says karma is real, realms of rebirth are real, deities are real, hell realms are real, heavenly realms are real. None of this is allegorical. All of this stuff is real stuff. The idea that this is all allegorical has basically come up in the last, whatever, 50 years, because in the West, nobody will accept any of it unless you lie to them. Oh, fucking hell. This is how I know I'm tired, when I actually start saying what I think. But it is a fucking lie. If you tell people none of this is in the canon, when it is, you're lying. And if you know better, you're really lying in a really hardcore way, because the entire canon describes all of this stuff as absolutely real stuff that's happening in the real world, not allegorical. There are Maras that are real beings who are attacking people and stopping them from succeeding in their practice. There are real hell realms where people are suffering unbelievably. There are real heavenly realms where beings are having unbelievable bliss, and these are described as places you can go. They're described as places you can visit if you gain concentration. The specific conditions of those heavenly realms are described, and the types of ways in which you enter those conditions or those heavenly realms are described in great detail. You need different kinds of karma to enter different kinds of heavenly realms. So all of this is described in great detail and a huge number of different circumstances as real stuff, not like just allegories for your state of mind or something. Absolutely not. Okay, I digress. Nerstos. I've never been able to meditate. What do you recommend for ADHD and autism? Go to this. I think I said this already, but go to the meditation and mindfulness playlist that I have here on YouTube, and just start working through the stuff there. Those techniques will work for you in real life. And if you have ADHD and autism in particular, when you get to Foundation 2, body scanning, that will help you a lot. Body scanning helps with autism symptoms a great deal. Okay. Asks, are there really hand moments and rituals that release energy and everything? Yeah, I mean, mudra practice is a real thing. Lucid dreaming practices are real things. Those take a lot of work, but I mean, I know some modern practitioners. I'm not going to mention who because that's not my business to tell other people this sort of thing. But for example, I know a practitioner in modern times who went through a course for lucid dreaming practice of Tibetan tantric flavor. He's an exceptionally good practitioner. He's been practicing a long time, decades, like 40 years or something. And part of that course was that during the dream yoga part of the course, you would take your dream body to a different location. You would meet with the teacher and the other students in the class, and he would give you teachings while everyone was asleep. And then when you woke up, you would take notes on what was taught during the dream session, where you and the other students in the course, who are real people that you can talk to in real life, you would take notes on what was said during the teaching. And then after the teaching, when everyone woke up, you would call each other and compare notes and stuff on what happened during the teaching while everyone was asleep. And they would compare notes every week during the dream yoga practices, and they were getting the same teachings while they were asleep. So the again, you read about this stuff in text, and you're like, oh, come on, this has to be allegory or mythology, or this is them just trying to beat the Shivites and be cooler than the other. No, this is real stuff that people can do. And if you hang out with advanced practitioners and you spend time with them for years, because they're not going to tell you on day one, and if you ask, they're just going to tell you to shut up or whatever, right? But if you hang out for a while and you're genuine and you're doing the practices and blah, 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 and it comes up in conversation, occasionally you'll hear these things from people that are otherwise totally reliable, normal people. People that could care less if you thought they're impressive, and they're not getting anything from you. They're not getting paid. They don't want your respect. So yeah, these are real things. Zen Buddhism comes from Chan. Chan Buddhism has all of the gods in it, all of the deities, all of the infinite Buddha realms, all of the pure realms. Zen has every single bit of all of this, just like every other school of Buddhism. which again is something that they lie to you about right from day one for some reason. When you get into Zen stuff, they go, oh, that none of that's here. Yes, it is. Go read the Chinese Agamas, which is the canon that the Japanese inherited for Zen practice. It's all there. It's all there. All of this stuff is there. Okay. Have I ever experienced supernatural things? I don't talk about that in public. Envil Daniel asks if someone says we read. Some says if we read about Guru Padmasambhava stories. I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know. I don't know if a again a greatly realized bodhisattva can do things that are beyond the normal rules of physics. Whether or not Padmasambhava was literally born from a lotus flower, I can't say. Okay. I don't have an opinion on that, Jaden. I'm not sure what that is. So if you're interested in practices that have to do with mudras and you're not at the stage of practice where you're going to do tantric stuff, the um, the Lohan Palm practice, not in the beginning, but eventually as part of the Lohan Palm practice, there are mudras practices in that whole system. So if you wanted to train in a system that has mudra practices and so on and so forth, without training, without taking tantric empowerment, which is a very serious thing to do, then the Lohan course, which is linked in the permanent link in the chat down there that I pinned in the chat, that will have those practices in it at some point. Probably not in the early part of the course, but that is part of the Lohan system. In terms of what position to sleep in, whichever position is comfortable. You don't need to sleep in a special position. Is Chan connected to Shingon? I don't know the exact relationship because, again, I'm not a historian. I'm more of a philosopher. But the Chinese and Japanese tantras came from India without passing through Tibet. So the Tibetans got their own transmission of these things directly from India, and the Chinese had their own transmission directly from India. And then those tantric schools in China, if my understanding is correct, got exported to Japan. So those are going to be based upon whichever tantric texts they have, as well as the sutras and so forth that they have. And I'm not as familiar with their canon. Yeah, Ty actually knows more about this than I do. Ty Z. Chinese Agamas, Pali Canon, Mahayana Canon all describe the same gods, just like humans. Gods can choose their religion too. Yeah, that's right. So the deities can choose what sorts of path, what sort of dharma they want to follow. Jodo Shinshu, I'm not familiar with. Compared to Tibetan Buddhism, what's important in Chan Zen that differs from Tibetan? It's basically the same. It's basically the same, but Chan doesn't have a tantric aspect. You could go from Chan into the Chinese tantras, but Chan itself is a non-tantric system. So that's the biggest difference. Yeah, lying about the Dharma is a big no-no, Major. It's a big no-no. And I'm shocked if you search around, you will find that there are big names in the transmission of Dharma to the West in particular that just straight up lied about what all this is. And they lied about it because they thought this is what you need to do to make it more popular. I'm actually coming at it from the other point of view, which is that when you look at the teachers who have actually had the widest possible influence and have the widest possible number of members in the largest organizations, They're not doing that. Rigpa, huge, not lying. FPMT, huge, not lying. Mingyur Rinpoche's organization, huge, not lying. They just talk about it like it actually is. All of the Thai forest stuff, they just say it like it is. Most of the largest organizations on the planet are just talking about Buddhism the way that it actually is when you read the text and not trying to make it into something that it's not. Okay. Ooh, all right. Envil, Words of My Perfect Teacher. Yep, fantastic book. That is in the Nyingma tradition. If you feel connected to that lineage, there are some very, very good lineages like Rigpa, if someone will put that word in the chat. Rigpa, excellent organization. The head of Rigpa is a student of Patrol Rinpoche, if memory serves. So that's the organization you would want to go to. Someone knows this word Rigpa and the Rigpa organization. I'm not as familiar with the Chinese tantras. Tai Z may be more familiar with them than myself. Do I think that through meditation you can recall past lives? Yes. Why do I think that? Because if you hang out with people who have spent time in retreat and you're become friends with them and you spend a few years hanging out with them and talking to them, there are people in my community who have recalled past lives. And this is basically, yep, that's the one, rigpa.org. That's right. This is so common in Taoist and Buddhist communities. It's sort of like it's just like a side effect of training training and concentration. It's not even the main thing you're doing. So it's like so common that it's, it's not easy. That's a different thing. But meditators who have spent 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years in retreat, they come out and like pretty regularly they say, yeah, I recalled some past lives. This is just one of the things that happens. And it's not even the main thing you're doing with the practice. It's just something that occurs. So if you hang out in these communities, you again, people who aren't trying to impress you and aren't trying to get your money and could care less really about what you think, have these experiences and sometimes talk about them. And that's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, that'll be the last question, by the way. What's really interesting is that, for example, in my community, more widely, in some of the monasteries, you have reincarnate lamas who this is their second or third rebirth being in the same lineage of practice, for example. And some of these lineage lamas, it's unbelievable what they recall. So, for example, one teacher, I think it was Yangtze Rinpoche, who's quite well known, when he was learning about a particular subject, without learning the text in this life, he recalled an entire commentary he had memorized from a previous life on that text while he was studying it in the current life. The entire text of this other commentary came back to him from his previous life. So the Tibetans memorize their texts, by the way. They memorize their texts. So there's just a huge amount of just the anecdotal things that happen amongst people who, again, they don't need your money, they don't need your respect, they don't need, and more or less don't want to talk about this stuff because talking about it too much interferes with your practice. But if you hang out with advanced practitioners, then occasionally you hear about it. That's how it works. Okay, my friends, if you are here, please, so that other people can find this and benefit from it, hit the like button. Also, not the comment section for live chat, but go to the comment section below the video and just comment something. You can put more questions there. I'll answer them in due time. That'll help more people find this. Also, like I said, one of the things I need to do is to finish the professional setup I'm trying to put together so that I can do this full time and help people with this full time. I need to raise about 250 pounds. I don't know how far I made it tonight, but I think there's still a little bit of a distance to go for that. And before the end of the month, to just break even, I think I need to make between here and there about 1,000 pounds. So whatever you can chip in to help so that I can carry on doing this for free and benefit more people, please do donate what you can. Use the links below. That's the best way. You can become a member on YouTube also. You can join the school course. Lots of ways that you can chip in. But if you wanted to send a donation to me where most of it went to me, the best thing to do is use GoFundMe and slide the GoFundMe percentage all the way down, or send me a Venmo. Those are the best ways, because then it all goes to me. YouTube takes 30%. If you use an iPhone, the iPhone takes another 30. So 60% would go to tech companies instead of going to me, which I know you don't like, and I don't like very much either. Yeah, but other than that, any of the other ways that are available for donation you could do. And if you want to become a member on YouTube, that certainly helps as well, even though 30% will go to YouTube. All right, my friends, please do contribute what you can so that I can finish setting this thing up and making it as professional as I can. Just a few more odds and ends I need to get. And if you have a little bit more to contribute, whatever you can chip in to get me towards that the 1,000 before the end of the month, hopefully that'll allow my household to break even and have a little left over to do some other things that need to be done. All right, and that'll allow me to carry on for one more month and teach for free and do things like this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. And also, for those who are interested, I think I put the Lohan Palm course link down below as well. If you're interested in that, it's in the pre-launch stage right now. Go to the website, fill out the little form, and just express interest. And there's a couple questions on there so that Neil and I can get a better idea of what level of skill people are coming in with and what amount, because Neil does this as a professional. He's a professional martial artist instructor, so this is what he does, and so it would be a paid course. So just want to make sure that in terms of pricing, that one, everyone feels like the pricing is good and fair, and two, that it's affordable, because we want people to do it. So if you'd like to chip in to me, fantastic. If you'd like more about the Lohan course, definitely check that out too as the stream comes to an end. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. Hope to see you again very soon. Try not to die before I do.